What did I tease? Someone just bought like 2,500 out of the money puts at 4,900. But things are pretty choppy around spot. We got an ascending head and shoulders here. Um, with the rejection on like 25. That might not fail though. I guess it's more like 30. Yeah, I guess we tested 30. A little bit of negative gamma there. Negative delta. Some support at 50.15. But then again, not much to the upside of that. So things had started to get a little bit more bearish, but then they sold a bunch of puts. Looks like there's still a pretty decent amount of call buying going on. Gamma flips at 50.69. The retest at the open for the week is at 110. It's like, actually, it's like 109, but for the close of last week, I guess. 1986. 7? That's 7? No fucking way that's 7. Hmm. 5108.75. Okay. Big's pushing a little bit under 50. Resistance at 50 to the upside here. Peabody announced an acquisition of Anglo American. Hmm. Interesting. A little bit of a firmer rejection here. There's a pretty decent sized sold call positions coming in at 75.80. So some profit taking there on the 50 test. 50, 40, 50. All right. Watch for the in the money calls taking profits here between like 55.05 and 50.25. That might be an early indicator of an actual failure on this, but there's room for this to run more. Under 5,000, much more bearish. Might get some capitulation on the profit taking here. Vol's spiking up a little bit. Vol picks up quite a bit more from 20 to 55.05. $20 got slipped. You announce more tariffs, market green. Trump responds, be cool, great time to buy. No, I'm not. I'm looking for more downside before. I'm looking for more economic stability before I want to go long on anything. We're in a very good position to have multiple 10, 15, 20% corrections over the course of like the next 6 months to a year. Stream card is chef's kiss. I knew it. If you don't chew Big Red, fuck you, Ricky Bobby. The market crash is over. Trading stocks is going to seem boring. I highly doubt it. Still a lot of money floating around. I don't know what kind of call hedge you have. I mean, things definitely get more bearish on a loss of 5,000. Looks back above 50. I just got done saying I don't think there's any value opportunity right now. It's like a really, really dangerous macro situation. You're like, oh, something's 20% down, I should buy it. But then, like, it can lose another 20%. Let's look at this stock that's significantly undervalued. That should be a huge winner if you just buy the dip. Ever heard of SQQQ? Mm. 20% max loss ever. That's just math. What's the secret stock at? Just saying buying Tesla at 250 wasn't all that good of a play. Mm. And all the people that loaded NVIDIA at 110. There's some issues there. Tech's actually doing pretty well today. Damn sight better than S&P. They're enjoying the massive pump in yields, easing leverage. Correlation's kind of flat this morning. Forward yield on vol picked up. Getting some bot puts, 5505, 5000, 4990, 4985, 65, and then some other shit like further out of the money. It's a decent amount of call side capitulation here, so profit taking from the bulls. Probably lose 5,000 on the retest. Might get a little support around 85-ish. If we slip that, I would say we could fall into the 60s or back to 49.50. You think U.S. Treasury boofing was China? Or someone blowing up? Who the fuck knows? I mean, it could be either one. But I would say unless China has sufficient gold reserves, they're probably fairly unlikely to drop the majority of their U.S. treasuries. Puts are too expensive to go down. They're too expensive for you. That's nice to know. When's Reddit actually been right about anything? Alright, I'm selling SPX all the time under 5212. Not all the time, and it gets worse. I think it's like under. What is it? Gets a little worse under 57.68, but they're basically selling the flat tape. So every tick selling under 52.12. Ooh, big spike in bot puts at 5,000. Left a gap up here at like 508. They were right about MOASS. Yeah. Still more puts loading. Picking up at 90.85, picking up at 65.60, 50, 40, 30, and 25. Head and shoulders? There was one earlier here, but it failed. Like ascending. Mm, almost filled that 508 gap. And it failed to fill it? Mm, interesting. Ah, we did not fill the gap. Alright. That doesn't seem good. Maybe they'll try again. Getting a big fucking synthetic short building up at 5,000. Synthetic short is supportive, as long as we're above it. You expect pumpies after FOMC? I don't. I expect if we get them, they'll be into FOMC, not after. Mm. Dude, trade war. Yeah, I know. When goods don't cross borders, armies will. Uh, yeah, you're not wrong. Nasty head and shoulder on the 5 minute. Mm-hmm. The gap's filled. Mm. Hmm. Put it right before the green candle. Oh, you'll probably be okay. Super stocks at Randy over tariffs. Dumb fucks. Because they're dumb fucks. They've always been a bunch of dumb fucks. Especially anybody who's still left in there. Greer is on again. Wait, is this like a second day? Fucking
Public
Christ.
position was you could not amend a trade agreement. No human rights, no labor provisions, no enforcement mechanisms. That's what brought about the demise of NAFTA and our desire mutually to renegotiate for USMCA. So this idea that this all started in January, on January 20th, is simply not true. These agreements are not going to be worth the paper they're written on if we can say, with a review of USMCA coming up next year, that we're going to impose these tariffs in an arbitrary manner right now, leading to layoffs and plant closures.
Hold on, I'm getting it pulled up.
My office is being inundated with calls about people and their 401k plans. They don't know what to expect. Trillions of dollars of market value being lost even as we meet. I understand the desire to address the issue of trade imbalances. It's important for all of us. But some of the suggestions have been clearly exaggerated as we've gone forward, hyperbolic to be sure. We need to go back to what we did, Mr. Ambassador, with USMCA, with a real solid negotiation that led to a desirable outcome. With that, I yield back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The Trade Subcommittee Chairman, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ambassador, for availing yourself here today on such important matters, and especially given the broader context of timing. I think I don't have to tell you these are important issues, and I am grateful for your service and certainly your intent and desire to move our country forward in many ways. I would say there's no such thing as stagnation in trade. We're either gaining ground or we're losing ground. And I think over the last 4 years, we lost a lot of ground. And during President Trump's first term, though, we made astounding progress through the negotiation of USMCA, the China Phase 1 agreement, U.S.-Japan trade agreement.
Still holding 5K.
Strengthened supply chains and empowered cooperation with important partners. Over the last 4 years, however, the Biden administration's trade agenda veered from slow-walked complacency to non-binding frameworks. Let me be very clear, the world was watching then, as it is now, and it was watching as digital trade barriers, which disproportionately impact American companies, were built while USTR actively withdrew from digital trade negotiations at the WTO and in the Indo-Pacific. The world was also watching as a growing number of countries blocked market access for American agriculture with no scientific basis, and as the previous administration let negotiations with the UK and Kenya simply fade away. This was particularly concerning given Kenya stood to set an example for other AGOA beneficiaries which are capable of negotiating their own bilateral reciprocal agreements. Consumers, producers, manufacturers...
No, not a lot of puts being added now, but there's not any calls being added either.
Countries seeking trade negotiations with the United States, including the UK, India, Japan, and South Korea.
I would say IVs are kind of starting to pick up a little bit to the downside, but it's minute.
It's clear President Trump has the world
losing the synthetic short at 5,000 would be bearish.
Tear down the barriers affecting
So we don't need a lot of a very big push to for this to flip.
We must find common sense solutions which level the playing field for our exporters, ensuring they receive fair treatment we have offered foreign partners, often unreciprocated, for too long. Over the last few months, our trade
Vol's staying pretty flat. I mean, they're probably waiting for this.
And negotiations, I might add, in a bipartisan fashion, and I hope you will look to the subcommittee's work to inform your agenda moving forward. I expect strong collaboration between USTR and Congress to create durable change in our trading relationships. During President Trump's first term, he teed up the agreements with the United Kingdom and Kenya. I am eager for these agreements to be brought to fruition. Ambassador,
is this turning into distribution? Not as much as you'd want it to.
How would you say you are ensuring our partners understand what progress is needed?
Thank you, Congressman. Over the past month, I've had a number of conversations with my counterpart in the United Kingdom. We've talked about non-tariff barriers in the UK. We've talked about ways to collaborate on technology. We've met frequently in person. We've had phone calls. We've had virtual meetings, and we've discussed how to move the relationship forward on an economic basis. I've certainly expressed my concern that UK has barriers, especially in the ag space, that are very important for us. So that's been made clear to them. But those discussions are on a good footing. With Kenya, I also had my counterpart, the trade minister from Kenya, in town last week, and we sat down in my office and we had a good talk, and he understands our concerns, but he also understands the need to move forward. It was a very fruitful conversation. I look forward to speaking with him again. He wants to work with us. They want to have some kind of agreement with us.
Okay, thank you. I want to say that USTR is a very lean, agile, and effective agency. Simultaneous negotiations with 50-plus countries would require significant bandwidth and expertise, as I'm sure you're aware. The chief IP negotiator, a role which has never been filled, and the chief ag negotiator positions that Congress created in statute to ensure relevant issues important to the American people are addressed. When would you anticipate the President will nominate these positions to fill these positions?
Retested the gamma
And in
flip.
the meantime, how is USTR responding to the influx of requests and prioritizing negotiations?
So, Congressman, we have a couple of my deputies who have already been announced, and they're doing their rounds on the Hill or about to. We have an ag negotiator and a second deputy who are pending announcements. We're very close on that, so we're happy about that. In the meantime, the nature of these negotiations, the other countries know what the trade barriers are that we're talking about, and we're moving very quickly. We're meeting every day with several trade ministers from other countries. The crack staff at USTR is working very hard as well to put together what would make sense in terms of near-term agreements with respect to the reciprocal trade.
Thank you. I think it's important to note that oftentimes, even if we have a trade agreement with a friendly country, for example, we still need to stay on top of these things, whether it's investor protections in Mexico or beef in Australia, with the expectation of a level playing field. So thank you again for being here. Look forward to the discussion.
Thank you.
Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Ambassador. I have a number of yes-no answers, and if you feel you cannot answer them yes or no, just say you cannot, and I'll move on to the next question. The first of these, yes or no, the Trump tariffs will soon be levied on pharmaceuticals from abroad.
I'd like to discuss that in more detail with you, sir.
Is that true or not?
Well, the president, he wants to get manufacturing production back here, and so he's going to conduct an investigation to see what's appropriate in terms of tariffs.
So he hasn't decided to impose them as he said he would last night at the Republican fundraiser.
He said that he will impose them. Now what the extent of that is subject to an investigation.
Reclaiming my time. A simple question, Ambassador. Yes or no, do you agree with the president's senior Trump trade advisor, Peter Navarro, that higher tariffs are tax cuts?
Sir, I don't get involved in the tax discussions, but we know tariffs have a revenue effect for sure.
You think tariffs are tax cuts?
I think that tariffs are an imposition on foreign goods that can protect American workers and American products.
And again, yes or no, do you agree with senior trade advisor Peter Navarro that as Americans watch their savings erode and the stock market losses approaching $7 trillion, what Americans need is patience?
This is a tricky spot.
This period as we try to reshore and get over the $1.2 trillion deficit that Biden left us with.
Do you agree with Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick that we're not going to reverse course no matter how much the markets implode, and that these
There's not a lot going on.
Well, the president has directed that we're negotiating with willing partners, and that's where I'm keying my guidance from.
You just referenced the United Kingdom, and you have claimed that these trade deficits require these tariffs. Is it correct that large Trump tariffs were imposed on imports from close allies like the United Kingdom and Australia, even though we have a sizable trade surplus with each of those allies?
There's a global deficit, and those surpluses should probably be larger because of the barriers they have.
Again, sir, can you simply answer yes or no? Did we impose tariffs on allies with whom we have a trade surplus, not a trade deficit?
We impose tariffs on every country because it's a global
problem. So the answer is yes, even though you don't want to say it, apparently. Let me ask you also about experiences during the first Trump administration, because at that time, there was
Ooh.
discussion
Big pile of put
about the
spot.
impact of the retaliatory tariffs from China on farmers. And as a
Interesting.
result of that retaliation,
That was
there
weird.
was a significant amount of farm welfare payments that were paid. We know this time that the tariffs and the retaliation are much broader, like the Chinese substituting Brazilian soybeans for American soybeans. Will American taxpayers be asked once again to finance welfare payments to farmers that lose foreign markets? Yes or no?
It's not clear yet whether that will be necessary.
Might have to and might not. Similarly, last time there were concerns about the selective nature and the exceptions that were made to these tariffs. And it seems that those who hired Republican contributors, lobby firms, did much better on exceptions. The whole exception process was criticized by the Government Accountability Office. Can I be assured that if one of my businesses hires a Republican lobbyist and contributor who can get a table down at Mar-a-Lago, that they will not get an exception to these tariffs or an exclusion?
There are no exceptions or exclusions to this
No
program
exceptions.
for the president.
All right. You know, it's not one of my regular allies, but the National Taxpayers Union sent me a question yesterday, and I'll pose it to you as they did to me. They note that the United States has run trade deficits for 48 straight years, during which time the U.S. economy has grown by 255% in real terms, that these decades of trade deficits have corresponded with increases in American wealth and household incomes that far exceed the progress in Canada, China, and the European Union. Do you think that this growth in American wealth
5,000.
as a result associated with deficits is something that constitutes a national emergency?
The giant and massive persistent trade deficit that Biden left us with is an emergency. It's not like the small deficits from the 60s when we had auto workers here making production. We've offshored all this stuff, Mr. Doggett, and we are really in an emergency situation, and we're not passing the buck.
Reclaiming my time, we seem to have done much better than in the Gilded Age, which the president prefers. I would just say that on the eve of his inauguration, the president promised to bring prices drastically down, and there's nothing that you've said in your answers or non-answers to me today that will give Americans any assurance to believe anything other than that their prices will continue to soar and their savings will continue to shrink. The president's lies continue to cost the American people dearly. I yield back.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Chairman. Ambassador, thanks for being here. There's a quote in the movie Tora, Tora, Tora from Admiral Yamamoto, and he says, "What I fear is that we have awakened a sleeping giant." Thank God we've looked around at what's happening in the world. Twice America has gone to world war to save the world. We did it in World War I, we did it in World War II. And after World War II, the people that we saved and some of the people that we fought against were absolutely devastated. They had no way to build themselves back up again. So what did America do? We opened our markets because we have always been the most generous people in the world, and we're always the first responder. No matter what happens anywhere in the world, who's there first? It's always the Yanks. We have ceded so much market share. We have rebuilt, for most of the world, an economy that they never could have achieved on their own. Now we're facing a situation with all of those who we've helped don't like us playing in their market. They love coming to America, but they don't want America coming to them. They make it very hard for us to do trade with them, whether it's through tariffs or barriers, which our manufacturers can't meet.
If we go above
here
that blue
today
line, is it rocket time?
Trying to make this a political
No. Above the pink line,
instead of a country-saving event.
yes.
I come from a little town called Butler, Pennsylvania. Butler at one time was a home.
It looks like those bot calls had an
It
effect.
is. We built
Starting to
railroad
slip
cars,
the
aluminum.
synthetic short.
We built the first Jeep. We were known as that town. Blue-collar town. People get up in the morning, work hard, and what they look for is that chance to get some overtime. Last summer, we became known as the town with the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. We're resilient. We always bounce back. We always will bounce back. And I got to tell you, I have some statements from the people that actually work every day, get up and go to work, and they're looking at a market that they are constantly losing market share in, and they wonder, who is going to stand up and do something? Who's finally going to talk about the real problems in America and quit talking about the stock market? Stop talking about all these other things, because I've watched it go up, I've watched it go down, I've watched it go sideways, I watched it where some people say, I don't like to play in that because I don't understand how it works. Here's the one thing I do know, and you know it too. It's all about work. It's all about market share. Jamie Sychek from UAW 3303, we were in a dire situation, not because of foreign competition. That hurt us a lot. We went from a steel plant that were 7,000 people down to there's about 1,300. We produced something called grain-oriented electric steel, the only producer of that product in America, and we were in danger of losing it because we had an administration that had a blind eye and a deaf ear to what they were giving up. Also, Jim Winnings, who operates a factory down in Mars, Pennsylvania, shares his view with me about how much market share they've lost. So I'm amazed when we try to turn this into a political battle and not a USA saving grace battle where we finally wake up. And just as Admiral Yamamoto feared in World War II, all we have done is to awake a sleeping giant. We have given away so much of our market and been denied access to other markets. We are the first responder every time something goes wrong in the world. I would just like to see the world treat us with the same respect as we have treated them. Level the playing field. That's all the president's asking for. Level the playing field. Don't make it impossible for us to play. Don't tell us, yes, you can come here as long as you meet these standards, knowing that the standards they've set we can't meet. Yet we still allow them to come in.
It looks like a movie villain.
Chevrolets.
No.
I sell Hyundais, I sell Kias, I sell Toyotas, and I sell Mitsubishis. People say, why is it that you have to do that? I said, to make payroll.
Is there a fucking Mitsubishi
Most of these
dealership?
companies have factories in the United States, and they have come here to help build, not to tear down with American workers. I really applaud what you're doing. I applaud the President of the United States for having the backbone to stand up and fulfill a pledge that others have made before him. They've stood on the floor of the Congress and talked about this and railed about what's happening to our markets and done not a damn thing about it. He stands up into a stiff wind and says, it's going to hurt for a while until we get back to where we need to be. It's always should be America first, and anybody that doesn't think that way, please tell me what the hell country you think you're going to take your wife and your kids to and your grandkids to. There is no other place in the world like America, and we have been so generous and so welcoming, and as I said earlier, we've saved the world twice. Now it's time for us to say to the world, if you want us to be the first responder, you can't keep stealing our market and not allowing us to play in yours. Ambassador, you've got a hell of a task in front of you. The biggest task you have is this has become a political agenda and not a saving the United States of America. America first, please, for everybody. I am red, white, and blue. I could care less whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. Just wake up and understand that we cannot stand to lose any more market share, and we better be tough on this one, or we turn our backs on the future. And I've got 10 grandchildren that are relying on me to stand up, and hopefully other members of this committee will do the same thing. This is not about tearing Trump down. This is about building America up. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, thank you for being here. I believe in our great country.
He's
I
got
love our
10,000
country.
children.
I've gone and served in combat for our great country.
That's
And
what he
I'm
said.
not here to talk about politics. I'm here to talk about policy, trade policy today. And both the chairman and the ranking member talked about the USMCA. I was honored and privileged to be on that negotiating team when we negotiated that bill and was signed into law by President Trump in 2019. And at the time, the president said it's the best trade deal ever. And I'd like to submit this article into the record explaining what he said.
Without objection.
Now the president is shredding that deal, creating chaos in the world economy. The numbers speak for themselves. $3,800 higher prices for American consumers, 900 laid off U.S. auto workers, trillions in lost retirement savings, tens of billions in lost agricultural sales for farmers. The Trump administration says that the tariff taxes will raise $6 trillion over 10 years.
Jesus
which would
fucking
be
Christ,
the
this is
biggest
boring.
tax increase in our history.
49.85 puts are starting to pick up a little.
Message coming out of the administration isn't at all coherent. I'm having trouble, my constituents are having trouble understanding this. He puts a tariff on some 180 other countries, no tariff on Russia or Belarus or North Korea, and he's putting tariffs on UK, Ukraine, France, an island that only has penguins on it, but not a country that is clearly working against us and we have a trade deficit with. It's confusing in every instance. He says that tariffs are here to stay, to support domestic manufacturing and to raise revenue to pay for tax giveaways to people who really don't need that tax giveaway help. And at the same time, he's saying that tariffs are part of a negotiation to secure better trade conditions and that this will be over soon. I'd like to know which it is, because it's not coherent at all, and I'd like to submit for the record documentation of his confusing priorities. And Mr. Ambassador, I'm at a loss to what I tell my constituents. As Mr. Neal said about his constituents calling, my phone's ringing off the hook. I'm getting emails every day. I see people on the street, they're asking. They want to know, a $6 trillion tax on the U.S. economy? What do you tell people when they ask that question? $3,800 higher prices for the average American family? What do I tell my constituents when they ask that question? The major agriculture, I have an ag district. My major agricultural producer just lost all access to the #1 foreign market to which they export their product. Not only has Canada closed the market, Canada has taken every U.S. product that my constituents send there off the shelves and off their web pages. And what do I tell them when they say, I've been working decades to build that market share and it's all gone that quick? What do you tell them? What do I tell my constituents who say, I have a container that it's already paid for of products coming in, and I will not be able to afford the tariff when that container lands? What do I tell my constituents who say we've lost trillions of dollars in our 401ks? How do I make that up? What do I tell my constituents when they say my kids are getting ready to go to college and my 529 is in the dumps? How am I going to pay for my kids' education? Wait, things are going to get better? Their kids are going to school now. They can't wait for stuff to get better. And pharmaceuticals, we had a hearing in the subcommittee yesterday on pharmaceuticals. And this tariff war is pricing pharmaceutical consumers out of the market. A 25% tax or tariff on pharmaceuticals? How are my constituents going to be able to afford their medications? This doesn't make any sense. This is an unprovoked tariff war that's costing us a lot of money with no confusing answer as to what we're doing, where we're going, or when we're going to get there. I yield back.
Mr. Schweikert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ambassador, just so I can clear my head, what's our trade balance with North Korea?
I don't think we have any trade. There's an embargo. A lot of those countries have embargoes
and
already.
that's so the rhetorical thing of you didn't tariff these countries, that we don't trade with them. But there's the problem is, sometimes our rhetoric doesn't have any basis in fact. Mr. Ambassador, the folks sitting behind you, is this your team?
This is our congressional staff who's been up meeting with all your
Okay, so that's congressional staff. Where I do have a concern, let's say both the left and the right, we agree we want to move as much robustness back to the United
Looks
States.
like we're gonna
Whether it be a manufacturing renaissance,
push down
whether
to
it be
70
service
here,
industry, those things. Okay.
maybe 50.
When you're doing your formulas, when you're advising the White House, others, do you spend some time on infrastructure issues? One of my personal fixations is pharmaceutical manufacturing, just looking at the steps in these things. We actually had testimony in this room 2 years ago. And it was, part of the discussion was, okay, we'd like to make precursor inputs into, small molecule drugs, except it produces some really nasty, toxic byproducts. And the United States doesn't have mitigation. We don't have ultra high temperature incineration, those things. So you want to build a policy to re-domicile pharmaceutical manufacturing in the United States. Do you, with your staff, say, oh, guys, we don't have infrastructure mechanics.
Oh, sorry.
Deal with the byproducts, the EPA permitting process to actually get the permits.
There goes 70.
Maybe we should approach Congress and say, hey, guys, I need you to help us get these things so we can actually, whether it be through tariffs or other incentives, move them. Do you spend time analyzing the infrastructure realities we have to actually be able to produce these products?
So, yes, Congressman, absolutely. And when we talk about trade policy, which is in the news today because of the president's recent action, we're also talking about favorable tax policy, which is important for pharmaceutical production. We talk about permitting and environmental policy. All of these things go together. That's why President Trump had such a successful first term in terms of the economy, because all of it moved together, and we talk about that.
So what's happened in the last week? Would I find that somewhere? Look, in many ways, I'm finding myself, I support the ultimate goal. I'm just wondering if the sequencing has been done with the details that are necessary to make it successful. And then I've been waiting for the team to provide people like me the input saying, David,
What'd you come
I need
up
to get off
with?
the backside
4970.
this
That was
on
like a bump of
we need
gamma
this
right there.
on certain regulatory issues. And I haven't seen that input yet on.
It's the point at which
see where I'm
negative
going.
gamma
This
is
is the
deepest
ultimate goal.
across
How do
all
we
of
get
these
there? Is it
strikes.
straight through a tariff regime, or do we have to have our series of sequencing before this actually happens?
I think we certainly would welcome Congress supporting the reshoring of manufacturing. I think, unfortunately, during the last administration, we saw a lot of studies by the Biden administration about how to reshore pharmaceuticals, which is valuable. But we could kind of do studies for
Getting
years and years.
puts picking
and
up to
never
the
reshore.
downside
You have the
quite a bit
information, you
here.
have the study, so you know what we need to do.
55, 50, 45,
The president
40,
can do it.
30,
He doesn't
25.
have the power of the purse, but he can create incentives to drive
But
people
this
back
is beyond
to
sense.
manufacture here.
Even the infrastructure mitigation, it's not enough if
We keep
say
dropping.
the company wants to get it back here in our country. They can't get the permit.
And that's why we're working closely with other economic cabinet members. We're talking about the importance of this. And I'll tell you, Administrator Zeldin and others, they're out there. They're trying to expedite permits. They're trying to make sure that regulations are appropriate to allow the kind of reshoring we need to
So,
solve
Ambassador,
this
what do you need
emergency.
from us? What can we do? The ultimate punchline here is, what do you need from those of us as members of Congress who actually support the ultimate goal? A little concerned about the path, but ultimate goal. What do you need from us? And please bring that to us so we can actually do our work.
I have plenty of ideas. I'm happy to talk to the White House Office of Legislative Affairs about that. I think there's a lot Congress could do if they would like to.
We look forward to those documents. Thank you, Mr. Messer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Ambassador Greer. Welcome to the committee. Thank you for all your service. I just have a direct question because I'm a little puzzled. Being a great James Bond fan, I was kind of wondering what this whole deal is to Russia with love, and why, as has been pointed out, that on April the 2nd, the president excluded Russia, Belarus, Cuba, and North Korea from the new global tariff. The The Treasury sector said Russia wasn't on the list because they already imposed sanctions to prevent most U.S.-Russia trade, making higher tariffs unnecessary. The question's kind of twofold. Is that the case with Russia, Belarus, Cuba, and North Korea? While trade in goods has decreased, trade with Russia is still significant. Last time I checked, it's like $3.5 billion. Well above the volumes of
Just
trade for many
4,900?
smaller countries that my colleagues have already
Maybe
been through that
30.
are impacted by this. So first,
We got a ways to
was
go
this
still.
an oversight, or is the president trying to reinvigorate trade with Russia?
So there's no effort to reinvigorate trade with Russia. Congress did the right thing a couple of years ago and revoked permanent normal trade relations with Russia, so put it in the bad category. And so Belarus, Russia, North Korea, they already have their own high tariffs already in a category that Congress has
So
established.
it doesn't matter. They're not part of this
Well,
system.
it does matter. They already have these high tariffs. They don't have permanent normal trade relations. We have normal trade relations with these others. And I think if there's
So
trade
why
with
are the
Russia,
penalties that much more, why are the tariffs that much more higher on other country and allies than they are in Russia? Because we're already doing enough with Russia?
no, it's because in the sanctions law, there's always an exclusion for agricultural products, and I think that's the only type of trade we really have with Russia. But all of those folks, they're sanctioned, they're subject to embargoes of one type or another. Congress revoked permanent normal trade relations, and that's certainly the right answer for those folks. We should not have normal trade relations with those countries.
Well,
we
let me
don't.
ask you this then. Would you commit here that if we see trade increasing from last year, that USTR will take action to increase tariffs on Russia?
Oh, I'm happy to monitor that and advise the president accordingly. I agree with you.
I'm
on
sorry,
that.
what?
I'm happy to monitor that and advise the president
What
accordingly.
does that
I
mean,
agree
you're
with
going
you.
to monitor that?
Well, you asked if we would see if the would change, if we would see if the trade level would change. I'm agreeing with you. I'm happy to see if the trade level
And
with Russia changes.
if it does increase, you will add additional tariffs.
Well, it's the president's choice, but I'll advise him, and I'll say this is affecting the trade deficit.
And
We should consider this.
so
for sure.
does that mean you would advise him to raise the tariffs with Russia?
Well, I don't typically give out my advice to the president out in public, but I agree
Well,
with
I'm
you
sure
that
the
it's something
American
to watch.
people would love to know, and as would members of Congress. I mean, you gotta kind of admit it is just if you casually follow the news, you're not a member of this committee, and the relationship with Russia is kind of bizarre in terms of what it is between President Trump and President Putin, and why this relationship exists. So you could imagine.
Can you break the low of the
I don't know, have you
day?
ever been to Augie and Ray's?
We could.
No, I haven't.
You should. It's a great spot in East Hartford. It's right next to Pratt Whitney Aircraft, et cetera. And they're deeply concerned about this, and they always say, "Hey, what's going on with Russia and what's going on with the president and Putin?" So I'm going to be able to tell them, "Don't worry. I spoke with Ambassador Greer, and currently Russia's apparently paying enough. Their sanctions already are sufficient. But if we see greater activity and great trade amounts, we're going to make sure that tariffs are levied on them." Is that a fair thing to say?
Well, on the last part, I can't make the president's decision for him, right? I mean,
But
Russia,
you
these
would
other bad
recommend
actors.
that you would increase tariffs on them.
Well, I'm not going to disclose my recommendations
So
to the
we're not going to
president.
recommend, we're not going to
agree to do
say, see, at Augie and Ray's, they would say, "Hey, come on, you're BSing us now. We know what's going on here." But with that, thank you, Ambassador, and appreciate your time. I yield back.
Mr. LaHood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Greer, welcome back. Thank you for your prior service under the last Trump administration and all the work you put in on USMCA, and happy to see you in this new position. I wanted to talk about agriculture and get your take on how tariffs affect agriculture. My district that I am proud to represent is the 10th largest ag district in the country in terms of corn and soybean production. The #1 industry in the state of Illinois is agriculture. People are surprised by that. Illinois has led the nation the last 12 years in soybean production. We've been second in corn production the last 6 years. And my district, we load up a lot of commodities on barges on the Illinois and the Mississippi River. They go down to New Orleans, they get offloaded, and they go all around the world. About 40% of the corn and soybeans in my district, again, go to places all across the globe. And so markets and customers are very, very important. And I will just say at the outset that I appreciate what President Trump is doing in terms of addressing long-standing trade deficits and bringing down barriers to trade, and also your commitment for looking for new trade deals and entering negotiations to address tariff and non-tariffs across the globe. But as I talk to my farmers, there's a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, a lot of uncertainty, because when we get into a trade war, usually the first pawn in the trade war is agriculture. And as we look at the timeline and chronology moving forward, Ambassador Greer, what would you tell my farmers in terms of that uncertainty and anxiety that they're feeling right now?
Well, the first thing to note is that almost all countries have announced that they're not going to retaliate against the United States. Obviously, we have China that has made its own choice. They've always given us a hard time. They've always limited our access over there, and they're doubling down on that path. That's an issue of Chinese agency. Indonesia, India, so many other countries have affirmatively said we're not retaliating. And those are actually many of the countries that are coming to us and saying we're willing to take down our tariffs. Vietnam unilaterally decided to reduce its tariffs on apples, cherries, certain corn products, ethanol, et cetera. So we're already seeing the kind of movement we would expect, and that's something that I think is an important message to our farmers.
Thank you for that. I want to switch topics to digital trade. And I believe we have a tremendous opportunity in digital trade, and the United States must lead in setting global rules and standards. We can't allow non-market adversaries like China in particular to set these standards and further manipulate the digital trade agenda. Unfortunately, under the Biden administration, we ceded this authority, and we've seen the consequences of discriminatory policies hurting U.S. innovation. I think we can be aggressive working with our like-minded partners and allies to build on the progress made during President Trump's first administration, including the digital agreement with Japan and the robust standards set in the digital chapter of USMCA, which is, in my view, kind of the gold standard for future trade agreements. What can you say today, Ambassador Greer, on how you view the expanding U.S. leadership in digital trade moving forward in this administration?
Well, I think it's a huge comparative advantage that we have. Our digital commerce companies and digital trade companies are the most competitive in the world. And they're competing with ones from China. And in that competition, we have to win. And if I have other countries discriminating against our champions, that's bad for America, it's bad for our companies and workers, and it's bad for the world. And I know we're having a national conversation, politically on how to regulate, digital tech, et cetera, but in no case can we allow discrimination to undermine our competitive advantage here.
Thank you, Ambassador Greer. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Davis for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador.
Are the bars on Gex IV Grex each $10 strikes? 5.
Respect and recognize that Congress has authority over trade agreements, and its purpose is to guide and/or direct the administration on the content of that agreement. Unfortunately, what we have seen from the Trump-Musk
A little bit of resistance here at 70.
tariff space over the past month has been anything but comprehensive, well-balanced, and measured. In fact, the president's recent approach to advancing his America First trade policy has been confusing, chaotic, inconsistent, and at times even contradictory. Ambassador Greer, I represent companies in the vehicle supply industry that assemble and produce parts for the automotive industry. The vehicle supplier industry employs more than 930,000 people directly and 4.8 million indirectly. Individuals across the country representing the largest sector of manufacturing jobs in the United States. Tariff impact on the automotive industry is massive and may result in shutting down businesses within the automotive supply chain, which will harm the U.S. economy as a whole. The automotive supply chain is not agile in its ability to make changes. However, the motor
Is this the
vehicle
start of the
parts
pump into
sector and many
FOMC?
others
I don't know.
adjust
It's
the
fucking
supply
awfully
chains
early.
to support more regional production. My question
Just
is,
to pump off the support at
since it
50.
would take years to adjust production and supply chains back to the U.S., in the meantime, the auto sector will be hit with multiple layers of tariffs that will soak up any free cash that could be used for the very investments in the U.S. that the administration is seeking. Is the administration planning any relief for auto part suppliers and the auto industry? And what other help can the government provide to these suppliers due to the most recent changes in tariffs?
So, Congressman, the autos action is under the Department of Commerce, but I'll just make two brief points. First of all, right now, if the parts comply with USMCA rules of origin, the agreement we all agreed to 5 years ago, they continue to come across duty-free. So that's a good development. And second, the United Auto Workers are huge supporters of the action on autos and auto parts. And they put out a long statement supporting this long overdue issue. We have Chinese vehicles flooding global markets. The only reason they're not in this market is because President Trump put a tariff on Chinese automobiles in 2018, and the Biden administration kept them and put them in place. It's really critical that we protect our auto industry, and the auto workers understand that. We've accounted for parts that have U.S. content and content from Canada and Mexico, and we have to be very deliberate about doing this to save this industry.
Thank you. And let me ask you, have you conducted an analysis on the net impact of tariffs across different sectors of the economy? And what steps is your office taking to mitigate negative employment effects?
So with respect to, we have a lot of historical data about tariffs. For example, the International Trade Commission, they put out a report following the Trump first-term tariffs, and they found that there were positive effects on domestic production in terms of employment and better profits for domestic production. We know in the first term, when we put tariffs in place, inflation went down, unemployment went down, and real median household income went up. We expect that with good energy policy, good trade policy, good tax policy, good permitting regulatory processes, this can all rise together to again lead to an increase in real median household income for Americans.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back and now recognize Mr. Estes for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Greer, for joining us today and taking time out of your schedule to meet with us. Ambassador, I just welcome you again to the Ways and Means Committee, which has the sole jurisdiction for trade issues in the House. It's great to have you here working with the administration that prioritizes free and fair trade, unlike the previous administration, which placed pretty much zero emphasis on trade enforcement and on new deals with foreign nations, in effect putting America last. I represent Kansas 4th District, the air capital of the world, which is a microcosm of the United States. We have large aerospace manufacturing core in Wichita, as well as other manufacturing operations, and a widespread agriculture base in the surrounding rural counties. This cross-section of the country every day works to feed, clothe, and provide energy for the entire world. Additionally, skilled workers manufacture airplanes and aerospace components, build computer instruments that power our devices, and it's an understatement to say that our district benefits from free and fair trade.
What a boring day. Yeah, it's not very fun.
The aviation industry
Turns out that lack of delta on either side of spot's just not a good time.
Since the 1980s, nearly every single airplane around the globe contains at least one component made in Kansas. In contrast, our agriculture sector faces stiff barriers with foreign nations. As illustrated in your testimony, ethanol product produced in Kansas faces a steep 18% tariff in Brazil, while the same Brazilian product is only charged a tariff of 2.5%. This type of unfair, excessive tariff on U.S. exports is undefensible. Because of this, I support the
What is it,
administration's
Dork?
efforts to reduce the tariff barrier placed on U.S. products by foreign competitors. I'm pleased to see the number of countries, 70 plus or so, that have mentioned that they want to make a deal. I'd also like to discuss some non-tariff barriers that functionally disadvantage the U.S. in comparison to our trading partners. I've been a vocal opponent of digital services taxes, DSTs. These extraterritorial taxes enacted by many countries, including France, Canada, and UK, are highly targeted on U.S. businesses and innovators. Many of my colleagues agree that DSTs are a revenue grab by countries that restrict technology, innovation, and envy American companies that are successful in this space. Additionally, in the recently released 2025 National Trade Estimate Report on Foreign Trade Barriers, I was pleased to see the USTR include Germany's extraterritorial assertion of retroactive taxes, known as the Section 49. This law has been dormant for the past 100 years, but disproportionately targets U.S. businesses. These examples aren't from our adversaries, they're from our friends. And these are just a few examples of why it's so important to level the playing field.
Maybe like this till the minutes come out. Maybe, yeah.
The very effort that you're trying to put in right now. Regarding Germany's Section 49, I believe reaching a resolution on this issue is important. In consulting with Treasury and IRS, it's my understanding that they've engaged
A small rejection on
some
NQ.
affected taxpayers and German officials on this issue, but it's yet to be resolved. What's your strategy in terms of working on this issue with Germany, and will you work with me and my staff and the committee as we pursue
A little bit of profit taking here. It's almost tumbling back down.
First of all, I always like talking to you, Congressman, because as you know, I lived in Wichita for 2.5 years and served at the Air Base when I was in the Air Force and had a child born there. So we have a nice connection there. I will work with Secretary Bessent on this issue with Section 49. I've had some good interactions with my German counterpart in the past couple of weeks, and we're happy to work with you on this to see what the best way forward is.
Yep. Well, thank you. And I know some of that crosses over, as you mentioned, with Treasury Secretary and the issues there. And there's so many things moving
I'm actually
on.
kind of excited.
Direct sphere of influence with all activities trying to make sure
About the bid going up on your Jeppy pet?
Companies and American competitors. And I just applaud your efforts in helping make, putting America first in these efforts. And thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you.
I sent you an extra tidbit.
I'll recognize Ms. Sanchez for 5 minutes.
Thank you. As the ranking member of this committee's trade subcommittee, I want to say a few words about President Trump's latest scheme, his so-called reciprocal tariff.
Wait, Spy's not up right now.
Let's start by making one thing perfectly clear. These tariffs are not reciprocal. But don't just take my word for it. According to the Wall Street Journal, the president's tariff scheme is not reciprocal, nor is it based on measuring foreign trade barriers. Before getting into Trump's latest scheme, I just want to note that I recently returned from a NATO bureau meeting, and I witnessed firsthand how President Trump's chaotic trade decisions have damaged our global leadership with our allies. And it's appalling to see how Trump is treating our friends and allies compared to how he's treating our adversaries. It was mentioned that under this tariff scheme of Trump's, Russia gets a free pass, while our allies, including those who stood with us after the terrorist attacks of 9/11, are hit with increasing tariffs. Russia's tariff rate is 35%.
Just zoom out enough and Spy's up.
Our higher tariffs. It's sad to say that our NATO allies don't trust us anymore, so his scheme.
Yeah, I could try turning him up a little. I might be able to.
Undermining our long-standing security partnerships around the world. And in addition to undermining our relationships with our allies, Trump's scheme imposes randomly high tariffs on numerous countries, including our FTA partners. For instance, under the Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, Korea eliminated tariffs on most goods from the United States. Last year, Korea's effective tax rate for goods imported from the United States was less than 1%, yet Trump has imposed a 25% tariff on South Korea. Trump repeatedly insisted that he wanted to impose the same tariffs on other countries as they impose on us. And I want to read a quote from the president, quoting him, "On trade, I have decided for purposes of fairness that I will charge a reciprocal tariff, meaning whatever countries charge the United States of America, we will charge them no more and no less." But as we now know, that is not true. That is completely false. And because it isn't true, the Trump administration came up with a fake formula to justify this tariff scheme. Now, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that the trade studies called for by the president in January and the so-called reciprocity rationale of his latest trade scheme
It's the
are
retest at
completely
5.
bogus. It's made up. To understand why Trump is pursuing this crazy scheme, you need to understand his MO. First, he threatens a huge tariff. Second, he tries to use those tariffs as leverage to extort countries, many of them are allies. And third, he declares anything that they promise as a huge victory, even when it's an insubstantial deal meant only to appease Trump and his cronies. And fourth, repeat this corrupt practice over and over again. This is all intended to distract and divert the media's attention.
Expect a
I urge
50.
everybody to take a step back from the daily chaos that comes out of the White House to consider the bigger picture here. Trump should not fool around with the economy. American families should not be forced to pay higher prices to fund tax cuts for the rich, which leads me to suspect that these tariffs are not temporary in nature because they need the revenue to give tax cuts to the wealthy. Trump shouldn't fool around with workers. Workers aren't pawns. Instead of this chaos, workers need robust industrial policy paired with workforce development and targeted tariffs to reshore certain American industries. Yet the president doesn't have a comprehensive plan to do any of that. Trump shouldn't fool around with our democratic values. Trump's trade agenda is all being done behind closed doors. There's no transparency. Backroom deals are corrupt and they're anti-democratic. As members of Congress, we need to reassert our voice in the face of Trump's insane trade policies. Republicans need to stand with Democrats and decisively call out Trump's harmful tariff scheme. As I said in our previous hearing, House Democrats are open to new trade agreements with partners that are committed to advancing workers' rights, protecting the environment, defending human rights, and safeguarding our intellectual property. Unfortunately, the president's corrupt tariff scheme is trampling on our Constitution by sidelining Congress's jurisdiction over trade. Let this administration's record in trade policy
Thanks,
and elsewhere
Gherkin.
serve as a grave warning, and there is no denying
You
that
got
this
it, man.
president and his cronies are rapidly working to consolidate power. With that, Trade Representative Greer, I have a couple of questions for you. In the
Difference
April 2nd
minutes end
announcement,
up
did the
being
president
sorry,
issue
bro, can't
tariffs
help you.
on the European Union, Japan,
Probably.
and South Korea?
They were also, I mean, mostly what they're going to look
Yes,
for
every
is
country.
what
Okay, I
the
don't need an
Fed's
explanation, I just
estimate
need a
of
yes
the
or no
impact of
answer.
tariffs would
Did
have
the
been.
president issue any new
Because
tariffs
remember,
on
the
Russia,
FOMC
Cuba,
meeting
North
was
Korea,
before
or Belarus?
They already
the
have
tariffs
sanctions
were
embargoes, so
enacted.
no.
No, the question was yes or no. I recently read news reports indicating that you are the new head of the Office of Special Counsel. Is that correct?
I'm the acting head, that's correct.
And you currently serve as USTR. With the trade wars, don't you think that your time should be focused exclusively on trade? And isn't it a gross conflict of interest to be the body that oversees your own agency and position?
Oh, I certainly would recuse myself if there was an issue involving
Well,
me or
I
my
think it's ridiculous
agency.
that you hold both, and I urge you to resign as special counsel. It makes no sense for you to have oversight
Member's
over
time has
yourself. That's
expired.
not true oversight. And with that, I yield back.
Member's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Smucker for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Ambassador. I want to thank you for the work that you're doing, for the change that you're working to bring about. And I also want to point out the differences that we've seen in the past 4 years of the Biden administration compared to the 4 years of the Trump administration, specifically in regards to trade. I think Democrats and Republicans alike were very unhappy with the past administration's approach to trade, basically, which was to do nothing, to try to generate new agreements, and to do nothing to try to open markets up for American manufacturers, to do nothing to try to bring jobs.
God, why does he keep saying nothing like that?
To America, and that's just in such stark contrast.
Was he from like fucking Baltimore or something?
Trump
What
administration,
a filthy
had a
mouth.
bold and effective approach to trade, one that really delivered prosperity and brought our trading partners to the table. So we appreciate the work that the president did during his previous administration. We appreciate the work that he's doing and that you're doing on trade. It's a refreshing change to what we've seen over the over the past 4 years. And we trust the president to get this right again. We believe that we're seeing already the impact when you have tens,
on that thing.
now, but countries coming to the table that have for a long time had tariffs in place for our goods, but we weren't doing the same. And so the idea of
Is he part of the Smucker Jam
trade,
family?
I think is a great one that I can tell you the American people in my district, business owners in my district, very much support, and they support the
Forward yield
goals,
on Vol's falling.
of this administration to bring back manufacturing jobs to the country, to bring back that investment in the country, and then to open up markets to our great American businesses. So I will also say this, many of those business owners who love what the president is trying to accomplish are feeling a little consternation. They're concerned about what this, how we're going to achieve what the intent is here. They still believe in what the president is doing, as I think every, at least Republican member here, agrees with that. But I just want to give you an opportunity, if you don't mind, to just sort of expand maybe on some of the things that you've said previously, but with that sort of audience in mind. What would you say to, for instance, a copper manufacturer in my district who you and I have spoken about previously, but this is impacting their business in a big way? And what would you say to other
How'd you blow up your
businesses who are
port?
in a similar situation? And maybe if you could just paint a picture of what success will look like here, again, in the context of the successes that we've seen with USMCA negotiated under previous administration and all that, but take us out a few months, take us out a few years.
Yeah, but Popcorn Trader, this isn't your first time.
What is the end goal here? I think I know what that is.
It's
but I'd
in
love to give you a chance just
superposition.
to expand on that. What will success look like? How will that help every American business? Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. I think we'll find that American businesses are much more competitive when they have open markets overseas. People talk about the high cost of doing business in America and manufacturing in America and growing in America. But when we cannot access foreign markets or we face barriers overseas, and not just tariffs, but also all the non-tariff barriers that we've outlined in this 400-page book, that increased costs. And it makes it difficult to be competitive globally and even domestically. At the same time, we have foreign producers who receive subsidies. They have countries where economic policies depress domestic demand. They make more stuff than they can consume. They send it here. And so I think what we're going to see in the near term, we're going to see a handful of partners who open their markets more to us, and it makes it much easier and much more competitive economically to have manufacturing here, to grow products here, to process them here, and export them to the rest of the world. So it's a virtuous cycle that you create when you create a situation where you have open markets, you create broader economic policies, whether it's good tax policy, good energy policy, to give you the tailwind you need. We have to reshore manufacturing. This is an important way to do it. We can have tariff protection as we get rid of the trade deficit, reshore manufacturing, and as other countries open their markets, they can potentially have a different arrangement that helps us as we try to have reciprocal trade and get rid of the deficit and get back to being a producing economy.
You think he believes what he says?
Well, thank you again
No.
for your work. I'm out of time, but appreciate your work, and we're with you. Thanks.
Thank you.
I now recognize Ms. Sewell for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Ambassador. It was a pleasure working with you on USMCA, and for what it's worth, I still believe that USMCA is gold standard for our trade agreements.
Tariffs aren't good for markets.
It was done so with Congress and the executive, and that should be the standard. Unfortunately for both of us, President Trump has decided that he doesn't want to work with Congress and that he is not bound by our Constitution or trade laws. President Trump has unilaterally imposed the largest tax increase on working families in decades by implementing
I'm out
broad
until FOMC.
tariffs that are crashing
All
the
right.
economy
That's
and
fair.
threatening the livelihoods of so many
We're kind of
working
just
families
bouncing between
in
one
Alabama
major
and all
strike
across
and the
America.
other.
Moreover,
It's
he
like
is doing
50,
so
5,000 to
by using the
50-50 to
International
49-50
Emergency
back to
Economic Powers Act,
5,000.
or IEMPA, clearly
Bullshit.
states that the president can only use this authority in response to, quote, unusual and extraordinary, end quote, threats. However, both you and the president have described the trade deficit as persistent. I don't know how you can claim that our trade deficit is
I'm
persistent
sleepy. I'm
and
sorry
at the
to hear
same
that.
time use an emergency authority which requires it to be, quote unquote, unusual. My question to you, I have a series of questions, and really I just want a yes or no answer. As our trade representative, do you believe there are any restriction on President Trump's emergency authority, or do you believe that President Trump has unlimited power to tariff any country for any reason? Yes or no?
Congress has put a number of limitations on that authority.
So is that a no?
It is not unlimited. It's not unlimited.
Did President Trump ask you, or do you believe that using the emergency authority for this purpose of trade deficit is legal?
Of course it's legal, yes.
Do you believe Congress has any role in providing oversight of this administration's implementation of tariffs?
Certainly, that's why I'm here today.
Many of us on this committee have serious concerns that foreign nations will be pressured into negotiating as a result of this. And those negotiations could also extend to them purchasing the Bitcoin with the president's name and face on it. That would be illegal, right?
I have never looked into Bitcoin purchases by foreign countries.
Reclaiming my time. With this, are tariffs regressive or are they progressive tax?
Well, tariffs can protect, and that's why the United Auto Workers want them in place and have cheered the
I'm
tariffs.
reclaiming my time. Who spends a higher portion of their income on goods, the wealthy or working class?
I think the more wealthy have a higher percentage of consumption overall in the United States.
Well, according to the Tax Foundation,
Some weird shit going on out of the money at like $49.50.
How things are distributed are more regressive and put a higher burden on lower income households more than higher income households.
The top 10% of incomes account for about 50% of consumption.
They do. And so I think for what I'm getting at, Mr. Ambassador, is that my Alabama constituents are very, very worried. I was home this weekend, and Miss Jackie, who owns Reflections, a coffee shop in Selma, Alabama, right near the Edmund Pettus Bridge, a place that she
What a weird OI building. It's like bought calls at 45.
It's a coffee shop.
It looks like a
She's
spread.
Really worried that the price of
But it's like
coffee
not.
will go up so high that she will not.
So there's
be able
bought
to
calls
keep
at
the store.
45,
And she
and then a
just,
synthetic
this is
short at
year number 3. It's a very
50.
popular store.
And they both came in
but
at like the
little
exact
Selma,
same
Alabama,
time.
Where the price
Someone's
of
buying
coffee
puts
is
at 5,000,
$4.99.
selling some puts at 85.90.
Increasing it even more would shut her down. And so,
And then we
my
just got a big
constituents have
pile of
lots
bought calls
questions,
at
to me and
48.75 also.
and to this president.
It's weird
with
shit.
respect to
It's like,
why
doesn't make
we
any
are
sense.
choosing to go down this path. His tariffs amount to the largest tax increase on those families. It's bad for Alabama farmers who are facing retaliatory tariffs. It's bad for consumers who will see prices skyrocket. It is horrible for those who are retired and depend upon their retirement to live, and seeing the stock market go out of control. So, sir, this is really dire for a lot of folks that I represent. Dire for a lot of folks that I represent. And we can't wait for things to get better. And so I really urge you and the president to think about the least of these, the most vulnerable in our society, and how they're going to weather the storm. And to my Republican colleagues here on this committee, I hope that you will push back on these escalating, sweeping tariffs that have done so much damage to our economy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Members' time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Hearn for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today, Mr. Ambassador. I really appreciate you being here to recognize the relationship between the executive branch and Congress as it relates to trade, so thank you. You know, over the last 4 years, trade has been neglected at best, and it's the long past time for a real trade agenda and a president who wants to strengthen America, not cede its
Convertible
interests to
bond
foreign governments.
ETFs?
As a matter of fact, the American people elected President Trump in November under the premise that he would rebalance trade with our allies and others around the world, bring manufacturing back to the United States to create high-paying jobs in America, make things in America. And as you just alluded to, it's been applauded by many people, including our great auto workers, as they talk about reconstituting those manufacturing jobs where they're needed most. You mentioned in your testimony that Israel is one of the countries looking to negotiate, and to my knowledge, they were the first to remove all tariffs for the United States. It is heartening to hear that our allies are coming to the table and taking quick action to remove trade barriers with the United States. Last Congress, I introduced a resolution in support of the free trade agreement we have with Israel as a way to support one of our greatest allies as they face an existential threat from Iran and its terror proxies. I appreciate President Trump's strong support of Israel, and I hope that this first step by Israel to move to a zero tariff policy will lead the way to an even stronger trade and economic relationship between our two countries. Trade policy should reflect not only economic interests, but also
you're probably gonna have to
national
wait
security
till
and ideological
FOMC for any
alignment. Strengthening
significant
relationships with
moves.
allies who share American values is essential to reducing reliance on adversarial nations. Mr. Ambassador, how can we ensure our trade policies prioritize strategic allies like Israel and Taiwan who share American values and are willing to join us in enacting common policies to counter our adversaries?
10 months? Seem like 5
Thank
years.
You, Congressman.
It's an
Happy to
amount of
report that
time.
Sunday night, I had a meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu about this very issue, and the Taiwanese have also reached out. So this is something where we're having close, high-level talks about how to move forward.
There's also a 10-year auction, which might do
allies,
something,
we're encouraging them and hoping
depending
that
on how
they'll
bad
align
it
with
is.
us on things like export controls and investment screening to make sure that as we trade with
FOMC
them,
days are
we're
always
trading
like
in a way
this.
that
And
increases our
fucking nothing
economic
happens, and
security
then
and not just our
you wait for the minutes, and then no one gives a shit about the minutes.
Calculations
and
are
then
going
we
on and into the reciprocal tariffs, include more than just tariffs.
we
but
generally
other
just
placed
keep
on the
fucking
United
trading
States.
flat.
And as you're undergoing negotiation with our allies, is the President and your office taking into consideration things like export controls, as you just mentioned, foreign military sales, foreign direct investment as it relates to their relationship with the United States?
So we certainly consider those things and appreciate them. Remember, with foreign direct investment, because they export so much to us, they have all these hard dollars, and the best place to put them is here. And so that's kind of a natural outgrowth. We are very focused on making sure that we have a trading goods that is fair, and make sure that we're not getting dumped on or have overcapacity overflowing into the U.S. and that we have export market opportunities. But we certainly are encouraged by the $4 trillion into investment that's been announced.
I don't think there's any case for FOMC. It's going to depend on how prepared the Fed was
we
for
thought about that when you look at the trade numbers. I think foreign military sales
tariff impacts.
don't normally show up.
I already wrote this up at the beginning of the week. Go fucking read it.
By several of our allies, and of course we want them to be. We want our technology to be the technology that allies are using.
The last 4 years under former President Biden, USTR failed to adequately address discriminatory extraterritorial taxes and digital trade barriers harming American companies. Last year, I raised concerns with Ambassador Tai when USTR failed to include digital trade barriers in the 2024 National Trade Estimate, the NTE, report on foreign trade barriers. The internet and digital technologies have revolutionized commerce, enabling businesses of all sizes to access global markets and consumers like never before. However, this potential is being undermined by the rise of digital trade barriers imposed by some of our trading partners. Those barriers come in various forms, from data localization requirements to discriminatory regulations and censorship measures. That not only stifles innovation and economic growth, but also undermines the competitiveness.
Cut that shit off. It's annoying. Oh yeah. Stop people from giving you free money.
Exports of digitally
the
enabled
fuck?
Services accounted for 64% of all U.S. exports, and the U.S. had nearly $300 billion in digital trade surplus. Will you make it a priority to, unlike the last administration, to address this digital trade barrier?
Yes, we're focused on this. We're not political or choosing sectors we like or don't like. And we've recorded in the trade estimate this year different digital trade barriers.
I could make it $5.
Congress is going to,
Do you think that'll
regulate,
discourage it?
how we're going to, manage digital trade, competition, those kinds of things. But we just can't have discrimination, and I won't accept that by our foreign trading partners, especially in this area where we're so competitive.
I want to thank you again for coming here, and appreciate you answering everyone's question. Again, it shows the understanding of the relationship between the executive branch and Congress as it relates to trade. Thank you again. Appreciate it. I yield back.
Ms. Del Bene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for being with us today. Tax day came early this year. It came on April 2nd. Since Trump's sweeping tariffs are raising prices for American families by $4,600 this year, according to the latest estimates. It keeps going up. Families are struggling. Businesses are panicking. I talked to a business in my district that talked about being tariffed out of business. We have businesses who have a lot of export, who manufacture right here in the U.S. and export, who are losing business. Even Republicans are beginning to break with the president.
I don't know how to
We've
do
seen
it.
several joint bills that would make clear that the president does not have the ability to single-handedly impose sweeping tariffs. The real question we're all wondering is how do we get out of this mess that Trump has created? Chairman Smith recently said he hopes that the Trump tariffs will give USTR leverage to negotiate new trade deals. But Ambassador, how can any country trust the U.S. enough to make a trade deal?
Oh, yeah.
Given that Trump has thrown out existing trade deals like Australia or South Korea or
Tariffs.
even USMCA, which he negotiated and Congress enacted, how are people going to trust us when arbitrarily these deals are being thrown out?
Congresswoman, thank you.
3.
The United States remains the consumer market of choice for everybody. And I hear some of these Wall Street analysts, predicting, imminent catastrophe.
I'm going to time both of you guys out,
Back at Trump,
which will remove you as moderators.
And we reinvigorated NAFTA to be USMCA. We saw real household medium income go up. We saw inflation go down, unemployment go down. And the countries are coming to us every day. We're having several meetings with them every day to do these deals. So they're not showing hesitance. It's quite the opposite.
But if we have a deal that's being blown up, then you can say you're negotiating a deal. 2 seconds later, you can throw it out. What kind of deal is that? Are these deals that you're supposedly negotiating, are they going to come to Congress for a vote like USMCA did?
These are deals. So first of all, if we did a comprehensive free trade agreement, of course we would come to Congress, et cetera, and we will certainly keep Congress up to speed on any kind of
any deal that you do. Are you going to bring that to Congress for a vote?
We'll do it. We'll do what the law requires. Some of it's consultation, some requires a vote. So we'll follow the law on that front. But the countries are coming, right? If they were hesitant, they wouldn't be knocking down.
But I don't understand what the countries are coming to do. You put tariffs in place, sweeping tariffs with no specifics in terms of what the goals are, no plans, and then you say countries are coming to what? To individually negotiate with President Trump, and it's his whim what's acceptable or not acceptable?
So, for example, I get a letter from the Vietnamese, which I received recently, and it outlined a number of tariff lines where they want to reduce their tariffs and non-tariff barriers that they want to remove, and they want to engage with us on reciprocal trade.
But what are the objectives of the negotiation? You didn't lay those out. The plan, there's no plan that was laid out by the president. I've seen no plan from USTR on what the goal of the tariffs are. We're damaging companies. We've thrown out existing trade deals that we already have, and now you say there's a negotiation with no clear goal what that negotiation is, or whether or not Congress is going to have a vote on a potential deal.
So we have a 20-page order laying out the basis for the order and the emergency we're facing, which is the trade deficit that President Biden left us with, the offshoring.
God damn it.
We're looking to eliminate that. And a tariff is a way to do that. And if a country has an alternative,
Why do you guys have so much money?
Can we talk about the emergency powers, the emergency power statute that Trump invoked, IEPA, to impose his tariff? It states the president in every possible instance shall consult with Congress before exercising any powers. That didn't happen.
Our staff came, our USTR staff came up to Congress and did consult.
With who? With what members? With what members of Congress did you consult with? I'm a member of the Ways and Means Committee. I'm a member of the Trade
Drake, is the market down over 1,000 points from highs? Our DJ and put buying habits have made us rich. Fuck.
So if you talk to, if you call to, how could you consult with folks when there wasn't even a deal that was proposed? In fact, it wasn't till April 2nd when the tariffs were put in place. No one even knew what exactly was going to happen. There was nothing to consult on. So how did that consultation take place?
I had a phone call with Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal.
About a non-existent deal.
Well, I told them about the IEPA Act.
Whoever you are, I hope you sold your calls at the bottom. Puts at the
So
top.
I argue now we did not have that consultation. Here we are. There was no plan in place. There's no plan in place going forward. The American people are hurting, and now in the rule vote that we're going to have just after we are done with this hearing, Republicans are already putting in a provision to make sure that they don't have to vote on the tariffs that are in place. Congress should have a role here. It's terrible that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle aren't willing to have a vote too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Welcome, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you for being here. It's my opinion that part of the reason President Trump has taken such drastic action on trade is due to the fact that there was no trade agenda under the Biden administration. And I didn't hear any sniping from the other side about that. The past administration's failure to engage in meaningful conversations.
I don't think you can put a character limit on the KFI.
Opened the door for countries to run afoul of the World Trade Organization tariff agreements and to impose excessive non-tariff barriers. These countries have had no incentive to negotiate, and they've been massively benefiting from this system.
It's just character name.
For example, in my state, the hardwood companies have been pummeled by China, dumping their hardwood in the American market. China gained at our expense while we were asleep at the wheel. Thankfully, that is not the policy of the United States today. Due to President Trump's swift action, more than 70 countries are knocking down our door, ready to negotiate a trade deal. Today, I want to focus on the future of our trade agenda. Looking to the very near future, the administration is required by statute to undertake the United States.
Put supply. I mean, we probably could pull back to 50 if we can slip like 67 here.
Understate the importance of the USMCA to my constituents. The growth in the manufacturing sector, spurred on by our cooperation with Canada and Mexico, has helped sustain thousands of jobs in my district. I'm well aware that this agreement is not perfect, and we are fortunate to have the review process in place in order to make the necessary improvements. Ambassador Greer, what commitments can you make to us today in regard to the USMCA review?
All the complaining in chat is just egging it on.
To advance President Trump's goals of promoting domestic manufacturing, and how will you engage with Congress to facilitate this process?
Thank you, Congresswoman. And I'll just note that goods coming from Canada and Mexico right now that comply with the rules of the agreement continue to enter duty-free. This is an important agreement. I met with my Mexican counterpart last night. I have in the works. I have a meeting with my Canadian counterparts. And we expect that we will initiate the public consultation process that's required by the statute at some point, at the time required. I think with the USMCA,
How many days off did your Ko-Fi admin take?
and Mexico not be used as an export platform for third
I'm not
countries.
sure I ever had one.
USMCA should be an agreement that promotes manufacturing in America, and that we can rely on our partners to the north and south if needed. But it can't be a situation where countries can just come in, China or Vietnam or somebody, build a factory in Mexico, assemble it with parts from there, and send it across, and get the benefit of an agreement where they've taken no obligations. So I want to make sure that it truly is an agreement that helps America first.
Thank you.
Johnny Utah makes like $100,000, and he's like, these fucking Ko-Fis. Get the fuck out of here.
An agreement about the dangers of South Korea's anti-competitive policies towards American digital companies. I intend to reintroduce legislation that seeks to ensure that American companies are not being harmed by one of our closest allies, while Chinese companies are left unscathed. The digital trade sector is rapidly growing, and it's important that we do not lose market share to China in this critical field. Several countries are considering legislation that mimics the European Union's Digital Markets Act, which has undisputably caused a digital winter for American tech companies operating in Europe. What are your plans to address these harmful policies and to ensure the prosperity of American digital trade? And do you think that digital trade will play a part in the imminent trade discussions regarding the Liberation Day tariffs?
Thank you. So first of all, I understand that there's obviously a national conversation going on about, how digital trade should be regulated, and there are lots of views on that. What I will say is we're not going to outsource that regulation. We're not going to let the European Union or Korea or any other jurisdiction, set the rules for digital trade. It will be us, and they won't be able to do it in a way that's discriminatory either. That is impermissible, especially when we have, as you noted, the Chinese competition out there. If we're going to have companies that operate in this space and are so competitive in this space, we need to make
love
sure
letter to you then. Very nice.
right?
Yeah.
That's what we need to make sure. And so this is certainly something that we can talk about in any negotiations that come up.
Thank you. We have historically forged some of our strongest alliances based on procuring
Slightly
critical
higher
minerals,
high
which are
here.
difficult or nearly
Getting
impossible
support
to
at
obtain in the
70.
US. Will you commit to exploring trade discussions and partnerships with like-minded partners to protect and build up our critical minerals today?
Yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to invoke a moment of a point of personal privilege. When the ambassador called me, it was more to inform me of what the administration was going to do. It wasn't to consult or to seek my opinion as to what they were going to do.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr.
What was
Chairman. I
that?
just want to show a slide to everybody documenting where we are with the United States and the U.S. trade deficit. I think this really shows why this is an emergency. If you look at where we are with manufacturing goods, that's in the red column here. If you look at what has happened to the manufacturing capacity of the United States, we have plummeted, absolutely plummeted down. Here in 2022, we have such a trade deficit with manufactured goods. This is critical. This is why the president has said this is an emergency. The same thing with fuels and other total goods.
Thanks, Squamsk.
Plummeted in this nation's capacity to actually produce things. So yes, this is an emergency, and this is by all means altogether the right thing to do. If we do not reverse this trend, again, going with the absolute calamitous effect of how we are hurtling towards a sovereign debt crisis, this nation does not exist. And yes, there is short-term problems, without a doubt. But it's the same thing by taking medicine you don't want to take. If we don't help the body by intervening and doing what is critically important for this nation, nothing else matters.
Ambassador
So this is why how manufacturing has plummeted, and this is why we are in a state of emergency. Thank you. Thanks just for that moment. I want to briefly say something before I begin my remarks. I've gone down in many times to Haiti. We talked about this before, and a lot of mission work down there. Unfortunately, the Hope Help program is set to expire in September. I hope some work is being done in reauthorizing this
back at
program.
5.
We're trying to nearshore, onshore. We want to stabilize our Caribbean nations, our Central American nations, and Haiti has fallen into such decay right now. It makes Somalia look like Wonderland. We really need to help these nations stabilize in our hemisphere. It helps everybody. So I hope that is just going to be on your radar. H.R. 1625, the Help Extension Act. Just to shift gears again, I want to talk a little bit about de minimis. The legislation, H.R. 7979, the End China's De Minimis Abuse Act, did not make it to the floor. However, we're seeing that packages being abused by this loophole, literally with China, overwhelm the CBP, leading to billions of dollars of lost revenue and jobs. This has allowed Chinese companies to send so many goods into this country without paying tariffs. Can you discuss why the administration is taking on de minimis, why this is so necessary?
Yes, it's essentially for all the reasons you just described. De minimis originated as a way for tourists or others to go overseas, buy souvenirs, come back,
Getting
bring them
big,
duty free.
big
And
bot
that
puts
persists, right?
at 5,000.
But what we saw were foreign companies.
There's some at like
using the system
49.70.
and taking advantage of it.
There's a
and
little bit
building
of profit
commercial,
taking at 75.80 on the
case for an entire
bounce.
business on it, and that ended up undermining
Some
a lot
bot
of
calls
retailers
just
here
above
in the United
5,000.
States. And so it's important to make sure that
Bot puts
that
in the
tool is used
money
for its original
all the way up
purpose
to
and not
50-50.
for, other countries
So
to
maybe
avoid
5,000 is going to be a
payments
bit
or
harder
things like that.
resistance here.
One of the comments were that we shouldn't be doing tariffs to our friends. Friends don't treat friends with horrible tariffs. like we are being done by other countries. So I think, sunlight is the best disinfectant, so we're able to see what the rest of the world has been doing to the United States. I don't think the American public understands this, and this is why I think it's just so critical that we shine the spotlight on this. Quickly, just with one thing that happened in the pandemic, I'm a physician, and we saw that our supply chain for pharmaceuticals, for health-related PPE, et cetera, is critically at risk during these things. If China were to shut off all its exports overnight, medical supply chains would be one of the industries hardest hit, and we would have American patients literally dying because they could not get medicines or other type of devices. Can you discuss how the Trump administration's trade is helping to secure our health supply chain?
Yes. So first of all, we have to reshore. We have to reshore pharmaceutical production to avoid the very situation you talked about. And we have to do it now. We can't wait for the next crisis. We can't wait for the next conflict. We have to do it now. I understand the Commerce Department will be undertaking an investigation of the pharmaceutical supply chain to assess what tools we can use. The President's talked about tariffs that might apply to certain things to incentivize reshoring, but I assume that investigation will also have other ideas as well.
We have to make sure that in this tariff incident, we're not hurting American companies and hurting them over helping out foreign countries. And, going back to, Kamala's famous phrase of getting to the root causes of immigration, they did absolutely nothing to bring industry near shore, trying to prop up Caribbean nations so they won't have everybody trying to run over a border. Look, I've talked to you about Puerto Rico. I was in Puerto Rico this last week, and there's so much of an opportunity to go there and onshore in an American territory to bring back American pharmaceutical industries, so many other industries that help us with our national security. And at the bottom line, this is what we're
so many tariff updates here at work.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
Dancy. What's going on with Costco?
Ambassador Greer, my constituents
Are you guys
sick
just ditching all the
with
Chinese
worry about
products?
high costs that the Trump tariffs will bring them. They are barely able to afford their everyday living expenses, but now they're hearing that the average family will have to pay $4,600 a year more because of the Trump tariffs. They are hearing this will be the largest tax increase for the American people in our nation's peacetime history. They are hearing Goldman Sachs say that we face a recession. The increases will be for food items that the U.S. does not produce domestically, like cacao beans, coffee beans, tea and spices, and certain nuts. But non-food items like clothing, consumer electronics, shoes, cell phones, furniture, and household appliances will be especially hard hit, as more than 50% of our consumption comes from countries facing tariff increases of 30% or more. I must point out that there are some items on the list like bananas and cacao beans which the U.S. can never grow enough of to meet our own demand because of our mostly non-tropical climate. In fact, the U.S. produces a tiny number of bananas in Hawaii and Florida.
It's not known with the Vega of the spies going to the Gamma neutral on the VIX.
All of which receive tariffs. And in fact, the U.S. is the world's largest importer of bananas. So this shoot first, then aim approach is making Americans' lives much worse with no actual plan and doesn't make any sense. I see this in three ways. First, the president said that these tariffs would bring manufacturing business back to America, but thousands of Americans were immediately laid off, and manufacturers are telling you that this will crush them. And why would the president impose this tariff tax on tropical countries when America can by far not produce their own bananas, coffee, and chocolate? Is the president aware that these crops only grow in tropical climates? Second, in imposing these tariffs, the president claims that the U.S. is being ripped off by other countries that are profiting off of us. Yet these tariffs are being imposed on countries with whom the U.S. has trade surpluses, including the Netherlands, the UK, Belgium, Panama, and so on. Using the formula that USTR released to the public to justify this chaos, no country with whom the U.S. has a trade surplus should be subject to additional tariffs. How can you and the president justify forcing the American people to pay more for goods from these countries that already import more of our goods than we do theirs? Third, then if there's an actual formula, why would the Trump administration decide to reserve its most severe punishment not for Russia, which was entirely spared, but for some of the poorest, least developed countries in the world? For instance, Madagascar, which has a poverty rate of over 75% and where the average worker lives on less than $2.15 per day. The president placed a 47% tariff. So Madagascar, 47% tariff, Russia, 0. My conclusion is that there's only one explanation for this: corruption. The Trump administration is now bragging that dozens of countries are approaching the White House ready to offer concessions and negotiate a reduction in Trump tariffs. This presents a completely unprecedented opportunity
Support
for
at
corruption.
70 again.
If his tariffs are allowed by Congress and the courts to stand, then the president could unilaterally decide to remove or reduce tariffs on certain countries. With no transparency, a country could pay the president or his family money through memberships at Mar-a-Lago or payments through their various cryptocurrencies in exchange for a reduction in tariffs. His cronies could pay him directly to remove tariffs from certain imports. So, Ambassador Greer, I would like to ask you 2 yes or no questions. My first question: you're putting tariffs on crops that we, for the most part, don't grow, like bananas, cocoa beans, coffee, and vanilla. Is the president aware that these crops only grow in tropical climates? My
Yes, he's
second
aware.
question, yeah, you answered yes. Can you promise that there won't be a pay-for-play system where companies and donors make the pilgrimage to Mar-a-Lago to get exemptions?
You have my promise.
Well, my constituents don't have that access, nor do most of the American people, but because of these Trump tariffs, it is they who will have to pay the exorbitant costs of these actions, and that's not right.
Mr. Kustoff.
Thank you, Mr.
Fair
Chairman,
print till
for convening
12:30.
today's hearing, and thank you, Ambassador Greer, for appearing today. Ambassador Greer, I represent
This might fail
part
this
of Memphis,
time.
Tennessee, and most of rural West Tennessee. And in Memphis, Tennessee, last year, 2024, we had a great opportunity with Elon Musk when he made
Bob
an
Pet's coming in at
announcement
49.70.
create a historic investment.
There's a synthetic
Memphis
short at
through his company
49.50.
XAI.
It's not very big. It's like
And the
300
investment
contracts
will lead
either
to
side.
the world's largest supercomputer called
Came in over the last
Colossus.
hour.
So Colossus is the core infrastructure behind Gherkin, which is the artificial intelligence system that Mr. Musk is developing or has developed, and that I use and probably a lot of other people use. I've toured Colossus, and frankly, the capabilities are absolutely remarkable. From what I understand with this project and with Elon Musk is he places a strong emphasis on sourcing American-made products with XAI whenever feasible,
Someone
demonstrating a
put their pickle in my jar.
commitment
What's
to
keeping us up
domestic
despite
innovation.
China tariffs at 100?
The issue is that
Positioning.
supercomputers
Calling Trump's bluff, betting they won't stay.
like Colossus
5.
depend on a variety of advanced components that right now are not produced in the United States. And I think we can all agree that we want the United States to be the absolute leader when it comes to AI. The other issue is the reliance presents obvious and serious strategic vulnerabilities because a disruption in the supply chain could hinder U.S. capabilities. So I understand that the entire industry is working on building domestic capacity. And thanks to President Trump and his efforts and the efforts of the administration, we've seen massive investments from companies like NVIDIA and Taiwan Semiconductors. But I think we all also realize that that transition is going to be several years, or it's going to take several years. So could you talk about how USTR is balancing the
Yeah, we can still maintain the reserve currency status, but we're probably going to get fucked on the path there.
these critical supply chains?
You end up seeing a 3%
Certainly.
expected
when the
move
president
in
took
either
his action on
direction,
reciprocal
maybe
trade,
later.
There were some items that were not covered by the new tariff because further investigation was needed. This includes pharmaceuticals, as I've discussed, but it also includes semiconductors. And so many semiconductors are not covered by the reciprocal tariff because the Commerce Department, as I understand it, is looking into doing a further investigation to see where tariffs may or may
If they end
not
up
be
getting all these
appropriate on
roboticized
semiconductor
factories
chips or
in
the
10
downstream
years will be
components. And that's
saved.
something I know that the Commerce Department's looking at very closely.
Thank you, Ambassador. If I can, because there's been a lot of talk here, some talk about Russia and the suggestions that the Trump administration has let Russia off the hook when it comes to tariffs. My recollection is that this committee, several years ago, took the lead on bipartisan legislation to change the trade treatment as it relates to Russia, specifically revoking the permanent normal trade relations, specifically banning the import of all energy products from Russia, specifically by providing a path to raise tariffs on many other products from Russia. So in fairness, I know that both the Biden administration and the Trump administration have added to this legislation
Slipping 70
by
here.
imposing a wide range of sanctions on Russia.
Yes, moving
which
back to
cut
test
off
VWAP.
most of trade and investment. So my question to you is, would any Russian exporter feel that it has better access to the United States market than our non-sanctioned trading partners who may face higher tariffs right now?
Oh, no, by no means. Russia is subject to a very high tariff due to the good work you did here in Congress, as well as other kind of bad actors that fall into that category.
Bipartisan.
On a bipartisan basis, that's right.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for visiting with us. I have to say that I have really appreciated the discussion that we've had here today with our colleagues, and as is always the case with me, I have remarks that are planned, and then I make the mistake of listening to what other people have said. And I really do want to agree with some of the things that my colleagues have said, like Mr. Schmucker and Mr. Kelly, that we need, and you, Mr. Ambassador, have said that we need to have access to markets. Specifically, Mr. Kelly said, we can't afford to lose any market share, and I agree with him. He went on to say that we need to level the playing field. Mr. LaHood talked about his soybean farmers in Illinois, and I'm from Wisconsin, sir, and so I do know that we have $1.3 billion worth of soybean product, and our main partner is with China. And so I think Wisconsin farmers, that's just one example of how we are at risk of losing market share.
70 support is
Mr.
bad.
Doggett
We're
went on
supposed
to
to
say
retest 50.
you know, instead of allowing like my soybean farmers to do
We
that,
might not bounce
what we
off
need
it
to
very
revert
hard
to
this
would be
time.
to give them welfare, and I guess I don't agree with
We also
that
slipped a little lower.
characterization.
So it was like a
I
lower
don't even
high.
agree with it as a characterization.
Lower
of
high and
subsidy.
lower volume
Plus,
bounce.
it's actually a ripoff. You know, farmers lost about $27 billion in the first Trump administration, and they only got about $23 billion in subsidy return. So they lost money, they lost market share, and they lost lives. You know, in Wisconsin, there was a study done, and they looked at suicide rates, and suicide rates among farmers are like 3.5 times more than in other professions. It's a very stressful career. And so I am very concerned, and I wonder what's going to happen to
Here's
them.
that
You haven't
tenure again.
said to us, I think you sort of skirted
Yeah.
the question about whether or
Almost
not
at 4 or
we were going
5.
to give them subsidies.
We're going to get
But
bank
even
failures
if
on the
we
back of this? 'Cause
would
that'd be
give them
fun.
subsidies, that would not prevent them from losing market share. And farmers they don't want a check. They want to be able to farm. I also wonder, sir, you know, I'm just saying, I think that when you look at trade deficits, I think we have to look at more than just what a tariff may or may not do. Our trade imbalances over time have been caused by us not having a trade balance on issue of labor laws. making sure that there's no slave labor and child labor, that the environment is protected when we extract materials and do stuff, that people have the ability to bargain in their countries and to make sure that they get a wage that's commensurate with their efforts. And, you know, I agree with Mr. Kelly that we need to level the playing field on those fields, and that a rising tide will lift all boats. I do wonder, Mr. Ambassador, whether this administration's trade policy, and it seems that it does, my colleague here just mentioned the trade deficit that we have with Madagascar. I had the privilege to go on a trip with the committee to Madagascar where there was a 75% poverty rate. So I'm wondering if they will ever be able to give us a trade balance. Speaking of Madagascar, they belong to AGOA. And I'm wondering if this administration's policies would eliminate something that's been bipartisan, the trade preference programs that we've had under AGOA. Yes or no? Are we going to have an AGOA?
So, Congresswoman,
Yeah,
thanks for your
AGOA.
remark. Well, it's up to Congress. Congress has to decide if they're going
up to the president. He's in charge of trade. We've sort of.
Do you have a bill? I haven't seen the bill yet on this. If there's a bill, I'll advise the president accordingly on how we should approach it.
Okay, I'll just say one last question to you. You say that we have got to reshore manufacturing. You did not say where folks will get the money and the confidence, really, to make these investments. Is any of the money that you plan to get from tariffs going to be targeted to incentivizing manufacturing? I've got a factory that made car frames, A.O. Smith. 10,000 people working there. When are we going to reopen A.O. Smith, sir? If the chairman.
I would love to reopen that. And
when will I be alive? I'm going to be 74 in 9 days.
I hope so. We should go there, you and I, and talk to them about what they need in order to reopen. We put tariffs in place.
I mean, they've been shuttered for years.
We want to create incentives so they can reopen.
What's the timeline between the suffering that they're doing now and when A.O. Smith is going to open again?
Part of the problem is we've offshored jobs for so long, and no one's taken action. We've sat on it. We have this huge. It is an emergency, and I agree with you. And I think your comments have been very thoughtful.
I don't have that much time. I mean, I'll be 74 in a few days. It's 10 years. It takes a long time to open up a factory and to get the investments.
That's why the president.
And is it going to be 10 years? How long before we just have to be patient?
That's why the president's acting now, because we can't wait anymore. We have to reshore now.
Now, like a microwave now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. I'll recognize myself for questions. Ambassador, thank you for calling and consulting with me before a lot of these trade agreements, so I appreciate the correspondence there because you have. I also want to just raise the significance that I believe AGOA
Was
has
today Theta Crush?
And those trade preferences with those African nations.
I mean, vol isn't coming down very much. I don't think it's going to reduce realized vol significantly. I think we're just waiting out FOMC minutes, and then we'll move.
That trade preferences with those African countries is extremely important.
Remember, there wasn't a lot of delta on either side of spot.
And
this, so this range is kind of weird anyway. And most of the fluctuations that we've had in price today have just been like zero DTs piling in one direction or the other.
To think about ways to improve it.
And I would love to work with you all to make sure that we can do that. It's just very important. I also I've heard a lot of conversations today, and one thing that I appreciate is Secretary Bessent's comments that I've read, that he says over the last 4 decades, Wall Street got very wealthy. But over the next 4 years, it's Main Street's turn. And that's in fact who the president's been fighting for, is for all those forgotten people in Southeast Missouri, in rural America, that their place of employment is now vacant. My mother was one of those individuals. I have numerous family members that's one of those individuals. And people will talk about their 401ks. But the reality is that the top 10% own 88% of all the stock market. The top 10. Then the next roughly 12%, as the Secretary has said, the next 12% ownership of the stock market is the next 40%. So that bottom 50%, the people who make less than $42,000 a year, those people, they're worried about their debt, their credit card payments, their interest rates. And that is who President Trump is fighting for in bringing more jobs and manufacturing, open up factories and coming down here. And I want to thank you for standing here. I want to thank you for working for this cause. And I think it's extremely important, and it will be transformational. It may be bumpy for a while, but it's about time Main Street is representative instead of Wall Street. I want to ask you a few questions about the European Union. As you know, I have shared my opinion about the European Union and how disappointed I am of how they've taken advantage of U.S. farmers and U.S. agricultures. I heard them say that they're willing to lower their tariffs on industrial goods. That's not good enough, Ambassador. They have to address their non-tariff barriers when it comes to agriculture goods. The country of Honduras purchases more pork than the entire European Union. And there's only 10 million people there. There's 450 million people in the European Union. And then you look at the country of Angola, one of those African countries. They purchase more chicken from us than the entire European Union. And
Wasn't
the
my Jan
European
2026
Union
TLC call
has
up today? I bought it like 2 days ago.
times
Ball up.
200 of that in Angola. These are trade problems. And this administration better continue to fight for the American farmer, that Missouri farmer who's been screwed for such a long time by our friends. And I want to thank the president. I want to thank you for continuing with it. I do want to ask you, do you agree that there's a serious trade problem when it comes to agriculture in the European Union?
Yes, Chairman. It's fundamentally unfair. It's structurally unfair. It has been for decades, and I've been very clear with them that any kind of agreement or negotiation or anything, it has to have an ag component.
Could push up to
super important. Last year, I requested the International Trade Commission to complete a detailed study of the competitiveness of the U.S.
I don't
rice
think there's much
industry,
resistance up to 30,
with
though.
a particular focus on the ways that unfair subsidies and other practices in other rice-producing countries harm American rice farmers by distorting markets and reducing export opportunities. The study was completed earlier this year, and I was not surprised to learn that India is one of the worst offenders. Its subsidies, and particularly, are particularly problematic because of the lack of transparency around some of them. Do you share my concerns with unfair practices in India and elsewhere that harm American rice farmers? And will you attempt to address these issues through any negotiations with India?
Yes, I will.
There are a few bot calls coming in 20, 25. There's some bot pets at 30.
Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Mr. Boyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ambassador, for being here today. 3 times in this century, 3 times in the last 25 years, we've had a recession. 2001, right after the September 11th attacks. 2008, when the housing bubble burst. And 2020, with COVID-19 pandemic. All 3 of those were caused by some external event. Now, most economists and most Wall Street firms agree that it is more likely than not we are either in a recession now or headed to one. This will be the first recession in at least 25 years directly caused by the president's policies. The last week has been an unmitigated disaster. Markets are roiled, retirement savings taking a hit, 401ks becoming 201ks. People are genuinely scared, especially those, including a couple I talked to yesterday, who are just hitting retirement age. So I would really like to know why exactly the president is doing this. China, I completely understand. I think actually there's been bipartisan agreement around here for quite some time that we needed to get tougher with respect to China. But why going after Canada? Why going after our closest allies in Europe? This does not make any sense. And frankly, it doesn't exactly inspire confidence when the so-called formula that was advertised last week came from absolutely no textbook that any of us are aware of. I mean, yes, it had 2 fancy-looking Greek letters. That does not make it well-thought-out policy. So I am curious what exactly the strategy is of going after Canada and our closest allies and actually uniting the whole world right now, not against China, but against the United States.
Well, Congressman, I know that Wall Street and you and your colleagues want the status quo. That's what I'm hearing.
Excuse me, reclaiming my time. That is not what I'm arguing. I want an end to the chaos. I represent a very working-class district in Philadelphia. I don't think there's one person in my district who counts as one of the top 1% of Americans. Hardworking families, whether white, black, Hispanic, Asian, from Northeast Philly to North Philly to the River Wards, are all being directly impacted by what is happening over the last week. So I want to know, they want to know, why is it that 3 months ago, no one was predicting a recession? Everyone had growth projections. The Fed, most economists, whether liberal or conservative.
Wait, hold up.
And now
I
the
was.
base case is a
What
more
the
than
fuck?
60% chance of a recession. That is directly because of White House policies. So when will it be enough?
This is bullshit.
Really, I can't take all this winning, and nor can the American people and the folks in my district I represent.
These Wall Street analysts are the same ones that predicted decline in the first Trump administration, where
The
real
Fed?
household median income went up by $7,000, coupled with tariffs. The president has to get the trade deficit down. We've lost 5 million manufacturing jobs. It has been a massacre in American manufacturing, and we have to have those jobs back, and it's urgent, and we can't keep passing the buck. President Biden did nothing on trade for 4 years. That's what I've heard from both sides, and we have to act. We have a huge trade deficit with the European Union, which we heard about from the chairman. We have a huge trade deficit with foe and friend alike, and we have to deal with it. And that's why our friends are coming to us and saying, why don't we talk about how to achieve reciprocal trade? They're not running away. They're not announcing retaliation.
So since I have just under a minute left, can we look forward to hearing about these big, beautiful trade deals over the next week, like with Canada? What exactly is going on? These countries that are clamoring, talking to us apparently right now, according to your words, do you have any hope that you can offer us that we're going to see one of these trade deals inked very soon?
Back down here.
Look, Congressman, I can't preach
Might be
the
that the puts are
timeline,
coming
but I'm
in
spending
to
all
just
my
fill
time
the
when,
gap.
I'm not here with you all doing consultations, talking with them. So I'm hopeful that we can move quickly on a handful of countries.
And finally, just in the final 17 seconds, when will this end? What does success look like? Because a lot of people right now, whether Democrat, Republican, or Independent, are really trying to figure out what exactly the end game looks like here. Because right now, we all see the chaos and not what the actual end result would look like.
The deficit needs to go in the right direction. Manufacturing as a share of GDP needs to go in the right direction. The non-tariff barriers and tariffs we face in other countries, they have to go down in the right direction. Those are the things that we're looking at. Those are the basis of the national emergency. That's what we're looking at.
Time's expired, so thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Stubbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ambassador Greer, for appearing today. Under President Trump's leadership, we've seen a bold reassertion of American economic strength and leverage on the global stage. I'd like to walk through some of these wins and clarify the intent behind the administration's trade actions. Ambassador Greer, can you start by reminding this committee why President Trump felt it necessary to take such divisive action with tariffs and what problems he inherited from decades of failed globalist trade policy?
Yes, certainly. As I've mentioned before, President Biden left us with the largest trade deficit for any country in human history, $1.2 trillion. It's extreme, it's unsustainable, especially when we have a $36 trillion debt and a $2 to $3 trillion budget deficit. None of these numbers are sustainable, and anyone who wants to pass this on to the next generation or to our kids or to the next session,
They're taking my L
they're
on
doing a
0
disservice. We
DT,
have
or
to
is it
deal with
reasonable to
now,
wait?
and we need to deal with the
I mean, as far as
resources
range
manufactured
goes,
now
we could trade
before we're in
anywhere
another crisis,
between
whether it's a conflict or a
5,100 and
pandemic. That is not the
4,900,
time to try to get
depending
back
on the
into
outcome of the
semiconductors and autos and all these kinds of things. We have to do it
FOMC
now.
meeting, maybe
What
more.
distinguishes the Trump approach from the past 30 years of so-called free trade policies that gutted our manufacturing base?
Well, Wall Street, we've heard a lot about Wall Street today and how important Wall Street is and all.
They just chose trade
And
deficit
their
because
entire
people
goal
don't
has been just to
understand
make
it.
money for that top share of, the elite, right? That's
We have
been
a lot
their
of
goal.
voters that
And so they've been
don't
focused
really
on
get U.S.
offshoring, more
exceptionalism or
efficiencies,
why it's
so they can have
important
cheaper
or the
labor,
extension of soft
no
power.
environmental regulations. They can go to these low-cost jurisdictions. And what does that mean? It means that we have workers who train their replacements in foreign countries. They lose their jobs, and then they're in their hometown without a factory, without a job.
I personally think that the minutes are
And that's what's
kind
different
of
with President
irrelevant.
Trump. He wants
Yes.
to reverse that, and he wants to change it.
And isn't it true that over 60 countries have already come to the table to negotiate since the president announced the new reciprocal tariff structure?
Well, I'm starting to lose count, but yes, that's the neighborhood of the folks who want to come in and work with us on reciprocal trade.
And what does that say about the global leverage we've regained under this administration?
Well, that's exactly right. We are the market of destination for both consumption, investment, et cetera. And other countries want access to our market. They understand now that we have to have it on fair terms, and that's why they're here. They'd be running the other way. That's why almost all of them have said, we're not going to retaliate, we're going to work with the administration.
And how important is it from a national security standpoint that we reduce our dependency on foreign steel, aluminum, and automotive components, and how have the tariffs moved us in that direction?
That's a great point. With steel and aluminum, the president put tariffs on steel and aluminum in his first term. The Biden administration kept those in place. He's tightened up some of those tariffs now, and so we are able to maintain a steel industry. We're able to maintain an aluminum industry. These are things you have to have as inputs for weapon systems, for our infrastructure, and a country that doesn't have that kind of hard manufacturing power behind it isn't going to have the soft diplomatic power you need to navigate a challenging world.
And do you believe that President Trump's tariff policy has reestablished American economic sovereignty, where we no longer have to beg foreign governments to treat us fairly?
Yeah, I think there's no question about that. And we can see it from the first term when we imposed tariffs on China in an effort to get them to change their unfair trading practices. When that happened, we saw our trade deficit with China decrease, which is really important. So it shows that we can become less dependent on foreign powers for the most critical goods.
Mortgage rates hit 7%.
And how important is
Nice.
President Trump's leadership, his willingness to stand up to global elites and foreign governments, been in reasserting the United States as a trade power?
Well, it's been historic. It's been historic because in the past we've had leaders and politicians
47, 50,
either been
300.
on Wall Street or they had some other special interest, and he's been willing to take a stand and do hard things and show others that he's
Minutes
not going to
irrelevant probably means a
this is really
continuation
important because
down.
if other
That's a distinct
countries-
possibility.
Other countries think about power in a different way. Some politicians want.
I mean, as far as
foreign countries to say
positioning
nice things
goes,
about
the
them. That's like their main
downside
purpose in foreign policy or trade
is
policy. President Trump wants the
pretty
right thing for
stacked
Americans,
comparative
and
to
sometimes
the
we have to
upside,
stand up for
or at
ourselves,
least last
draw a line
night.
in the sand and say,
I
we're
don't
not going to
think
do
that's
this.
changed dramatically.
What would you say for the first time in decades, American workers have a president who fights for them, not for multinational corporations or foreign bureaucrats?
That's exactly right, Congressman. That's why workers voted for him. That's why unions support the tariff actions. That's why we see, op-eds in the newspaper about union presidents wanting to work with President Trump on trade. That's why
Is
we're seeing all
BTU
of
finally
that.
turning
That
his ship
shows
back
that
around?
realignment.
And I'll end
I got out of
with
my
this.
calls
What
this
evidence have
morning.
you seen that President Trump's tariffs are driving jobs back to the United States? And
I wonder if we
helping
should pick
rebuild
some
our
more up.
manufacturing base?
Well, for example, the auto tariffs that were imposed, we've already seen that one company is increasing employment, including temporary employment. In Indiana, we've seen in
that's not
Tennessee, there
turning
was a
around
shift
very
that was
much.
going to go down to another country. They kept that.
They
shift in
announced a
America.
buyout today,
Everyone knows if you want certainty,
which
if you want
fucking
access, you build in America,
killed the
you use
run.
American labor.
Thank you. My time's expired.
I recognize the acting ranking member, Ms. Moore, to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to enter a letter into the record to Wisconsin Republican members of Congress from Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers, his objection to the Trump tariffs.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Nobody saw how aggressive Trump's tariff policies are going to be. The Fed minutes are going to reflect an optimistic outlook. They were so fucking wrong. I mean, I think that's what the Fed, the Fed members have been trying to do the entire time is walk that back.
Job trying to convince
because
us,
they
the people we
absolutely
represent,
were.
that the president's trade policies are wise and measured, when the truth is they are stupid and bad. The last time the U.S. started a trade war, Smoot-Hawley tariffs, June 1930, the world did retaliate, and we get the Great Depression that lasted 10 years. I want to quickly run through a few of the ways the logic behind the Trump tariffs make no sense.
How much
You got the
cash
math
as a
wrong,
percentage
according to
of
people
your
whose research
wealth
you
are
cited.
you holding?
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a New York Times article by former Treasury official Brent Nyman titled, "The Trump White House cited my research to justify tariffs. It got it all wrong."
It's got to be
Had the
like
effect of quadrupling the tariffs Trump applied on some of our biggest trading partners.
73%.
Trump accepted some goods, notably oil,
Roughly.
but not others, including things we simply cannot produce in the United States. Why tariff bananas? Why tariff cocoa? Why tariff coffee? We don't have the capacity to produce these things at a scale that meets domestic demand. Trump logic equates any trade deficit with cheating. In fact, he called it rape. But even this stupid logic didn't help Australia or Brazil or Singapore, all countries with whom we have a trade surplus. How does Australia negotiate an end to a trade deficit that doesn't exist? Some countries have a deficit because we import things that we want, but they're too poor to afford our exports. Perfect example is Madagascar. We buy something like 60% of our vanilla from Madagascar, but they have one of the lowest GDP per capita rates in the world, and they just can't afford many of our products, but we just hit them with the 47% tariff. Trump is hinting that maybe if countries lower tariffs on us, he might drop tariffs on them a little bit or some or possibly, but Vietnam, knowing that Trump was coming, massively cut their tariffs to appease him ahead of his announcement last week, and instead, you slapped a 46% tariff on them anyway.
No,
so what are the Vietnamese supposed to
73%.
do? Trump declared a phony national emergency and imposed tariffs on Canada to punish our closest ally for quote-unquote fentanyl smuggling, despite the fact that our own government says the amount of smuggling at the northern border is vanishingly small, less than 1%. How does Canada get out of a tariff imposed on them for doing something that we admit they're not doing? Trump is risking our economy to bring back factory jobs that pay far less than the 8 million jobs that are listed in the JOLTS report right now. 8 million jobs available in America that pay far more. In fast-growing sectors like healthcare, clean energy, or data science. The Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, is on television raving about shifting millions of Americans to work on, and I quote, screwing in little screws to make iPhones. You guys are blasting nearly every product from nearly every country with these tariffs. Senator Tillis yesterday called it, quote, a trade war on all fronts. It hurts our alliances, it hurts our economy, it hurts our ability to make and keep free trade agreements, which is supposedly your job. Ambassador Greer, the world is watching you. They're watching this hearing across the country. Global markets are in chaos. The U.S. economy and our most important alliances are in serious danger. I had met a couple of nights ago with a dozen ambassadors from Eastern Asia, and the conclusion of the discussion was that we are creating a unipolar Asia, an Asia led by China with America excluded. America first is America alone. And meanwhile, you're now serving as acting head of both the Office of Special Counsel and the Office of Government Ethics. These are both busy jobs in the best of times, but extremely demanding during one of the most ethically challenged presidential administrations in history. It's absurd to think that you're actually doing these jobs, but I think it's fair to ask if the many hats you're supposedly wearing are causing dangerous mistakes that damage our country in ways that's going to be difficult to recover from. You know, President Trump also imposed tariffs on China. China responded with tariffs on agriculture. European Union today announced $21 billion worth of new retaliatory tariffs on us. China's announced 84% retaliatory tariffs on us. The legal pretext, you said, is that this is a national emergency. You refer to the state of emergency as, quote, the largest and persistent trade deficit that's built up in recent years. The actual emergency is that markets are slumping, consumer confidence is crashing, and financial forecasts of recession are coming pretty quickly. And the Fed is projecting that these tariffs are driving prices up. We finally got inflation down. Now we're going to do exactly the opposite. Coming to the table, I don't know. Our trade balance has been in the negative for 50 years, and yet we have built the strongest economy in the history of mankind. This is a terrible way to fix the way of bringing back meaningful employment to our low-income Americans. This is not the way to do it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate my friend's comments just to take off on treating low-income Americans. It's no way to treat our workers whose wages have been suppressed because of this unfair and unlevel playing field. Who, by the way,
there's so much
because of the
resistance.
policies of the last 4 years have paid a regressive 21%
There's
inflation
bot
tax.
calls and
So
bot pets at
our
every
working
strike from
families
5505
and our
to like
manufacturers and those
5020.
who make the wheels turn in this economy have suffered a great deal. But other countries will flat put us out of the manufacturing business, out of the energy production business, out of the food making business if we let them. I thank God that for such a time as this, He raised up a leader with the political courage to take on the political and corporate establishment that is going to do everything in its power to stop you and the president from hitting reset before it's too late. Before we not only beg for our drug making and our chip making from other countries whom we are totally dependent on, but before we have to beg to feed our families and fuel our economy. I can't think of, other than the budget deficit, a greater threat to America's economic vitality, prosperity, and national security. I'm 100%, unwaveringly, unequivocally in support of President Trump's and your reciprocal trade policy. I can't imagine anyone along the spectrum from right to left politically who wouldn't want head-to-head competition for our guys. And we have allowed this unfair trade dynamic to persist for so long, there's no way out of this without some front-end pain. And I'm grateful that we have a leader who's not trying to diminish that or hide that fact, but is transparently calling this nation to persist through this
Gargle, 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 suck, suck, suck.
Exponential benefits and return to our economy, to our workers, to our farmers. There is no other path, and there is no other politician in this town that would ever risk what is necessary to risk and to exert the courage and will that is necessary to exert to confront this head on like President Trump and you. And we're with you. I'm with you. And I know many of my colleagues are. Couple questions. When we went through this before, in the first Trump administration, we were, I'd say, wildly successful with the reforms in China, with new free trade agreements, agreements in 5 nations that represented almost 50% of our entire
You're going to turn the entire
markets.
country into a food desert.
So how important was the reciprocal trade posture in the first administration to getting lower barriers, greater access to those markets where we benefited by 26+% in export activity. Our wages went up, investment went up, job creation went up, poverty went down. How important is this posture to getting there? And is there any other way, Mr. Ambassador, to this greener and more glorious economic pasture once we establish the reciprocal trade dynamic?
Congressman, thank you for your support and your words. You're exactly right. There are a few different approaches to trade negotiations. One is the typical one, which is where you ask others nicely to give you market access, and they do a dialogue with you for several years, and at the end you have no more market access. And then there's the Trump way, where he says, we will have reciprocal trade, and we can do it my way or we can do it your way, but we can work together because we should work together, and we should have fair trade among us. And that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing countries come and say, we understand the issue, we're happy to talk about this, and we know that there are alternative pathways here, and we can choose which way we want to go, and that's the way to do it.
I'm grateful for both of you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Tenney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ambassador Greer, for your hard work. And I'm from upstate New York. This is the home of the Industrial Revolution, the Erie Canal Corridor, the Finger Lakes, all my region. #1 dairy district in the Northeast, #5 dairy district in the country.
God wanted these holy tariffs.
Is in my district. Really important when it comes to trade, and we have always been grateful for the work of President Trump and the administration for trying to understand that we've been hollowed out by China and Asia and other countries, and we want to bring those jobs back. Really important part of not just the building of New York, but the building of the entire United States and our strength leading up through to World War I, World War II, and into today. I got a couple of questions. I just want to talk to you a little bit about.
I'm sorry, upstate New York's a fucking wasteland nowadays.
Issues here dealing with Canada, which is my entire northern border. #1, we have an emerging and really strong.
New York wouldn't even recognize if this area were wiped off their map. This is true.
We are at the cusp of putting out some really incredible wines.
Binghamton.
We have wonderful water, soil conditions, and we're producing top-level wines. A little bit about some of these markets we'd like to have opened up for us so we can trade, and we appreciate the work that the President is doing. However, one of the issues we've experienced, and we hope that you can work on, is many of our Canadian visitors are not coming to our region. We're dependent on the Canadians to come for commerce. They're a great friend to the north. And we've seen a 23% drop just since February in visitors to our wineries. And we just want to know if we can help get your assistance and help in making sure that this sort of very important yet fragile relationship that my district has with Canada, an historically strong relationship, we can continue to work to make sure that we get that kind of trade and the kind of tourism that we've been getting from our Canadian friends to the north.
Certainly, and I would note that goods between Canada and the United States that follow the rules of the U.S. Mexico-Canada agreement, they continue to trade on a duty-free basis, which makes sense, right?
Yeah.
And I would.
And I know you're going to jump into this because this is my next beef with that. But when it comes to Canada, we are grateful and hope that you'll continue to pursue some of the dumping that's been going on against our dairy producers, because as I cited in my start, we are a huge dairy producer and we're getting unfair treatment. We think in the last administration this was not resolved favorably to our dairy markets because Canada continues to bring milk proteins in that we think that are in violation of USMCA, and I know that's what you're going to get to. So.
Yes, no, it's certainly
on the flip side of the wineries. So,
yeah, that's certainly at the top of my list. And I would point out that President Trump reported that he had a constructive call with Prime Minister Carney last week, 10 days ago or so, and I continue to work with my Canadian counterparts to make sure that relationship is one where we can have fair trade.
Yeah, we greatly appreciate it. And when it comes to apples, we just have to say we are so excited about the USTR's efforts in trying to reduce some of these market access barriers, particularly with Israel going to zero tariffs. Our apples hopefully will be sold all around the world. We're famous for them. We don't get the subsidies that some of the other states get in the state of New York. And we're hoping that we can do that, including getting our apples to India and around the world to actually grow our New York economy. So we appreciate all that the USTR is doing that. I think that we can have a great relationship in the future with Canada, and we are really pleased that you're working with the Prime Minister and working with everyone that we can to make sure that that northern border is protected, but also that we're getting the trade that we're so accustomed to with our great friends from the north in Canada. And those are primary issues for us. Also want to make sure that some of our supply chains, whether, I know this isn't your sphere, but when it comes to aluminum, when it comes to copper, we have some of the best manufacturers and the oldest manufacturers in the entire nation in our region, and we're dependent on Canada for those things. So when we look into the tariffs and some of the negotiation, I know there's going to be some tinkering with the tariffs as we look into the next couple of months. We just know that you and the President
5,000 calls are quite supportive.
to keep these legacy businesses that we have across
There's not a lot
our
of calls
region,
at 5,000. There's some sold pits there.
Real boom when the
But
Industrial
yeah.
Revolution was founded. And I have to mention, it's not technically in my district anymore, but our famous
they're
patriot
supportive.
Paul Revere
But maybe a
actually started
little.
his copper company in my region. Revere Copper is still operating.
Depends.
Today.
Vol's
It was
tricky
founded
there.
In 1801, so it's really important to New York.
Like Vol moves
to
up quite a
continue,
lot
these
from
legacy businesses
like
and continue to
50-15
work
down
bring
to
our supply
like
chains back. And I just wanna say thank you,
49.95,
helping us
and
with
it can
dairy,
kind of
with apples,
invalidate
and
the
also
support a
making sure
little
that
bit.
those Finger Lakes wines become premier.
Which I think is why,
and actually continue to
5,000 was
grow
kind
as
of
we
easy to
see
cross
them,
the first time
emerging with so
around.
much hard
Like we
work
kept
being
slipping
done
through
by
it.
so many people in my region. And we're grateful to you, and so continue to work. We appreciate the effort on behalf of our district and on behalf of the President. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you, and I look forward to continuing to work.
Acting
with you
head
and your
of the
staff on this
IRS
issue.
resigns. Huh.
Mr. Evans.
Makes me feel
Thank you, Mr.
stupid for
Chairman.
paying taxes.
Mr. Ambassador, I'm deeply concerned about the tariffs, and we are talking about it today.
I'm fucking
Philadelphia
hungry.
is the poorest big city in America.
I'll be right back.
And it's
Well, maybe
hurting
not yet.
lower people income. There's a
19
lot of
minutes.
money for a lot of people. Tariffs can only be used in a smart and effective way. And I feel from what I heard, it is not. It is something that we are concerned about. And I'd like to start out with this question, Ambassador Gear. My first question, what specifically is the President hoping to help the residents of Philadelphia deal with the higher cost of living that these tariffs would put on the average household? Does the President have a very specific plan and strategy to address the near-term harm it has created?
Congressman, the President wants to ensure that we have good manufacturing jobs that pay higher wages to your constituents, just like what happened in the first term. He wants that to happen again, that they can have more money, better jobs in stable environment and reshore manufacturing at the same time.
So what would you say specifically would you say? How would you describe that?
Well, I would say to your members and your constituents that we've had a long period of 5 million manufacturing jobs going away. It's dangerous for our country. It's bad for our economies and our families. And the President is taking action to create economic conditions to have more factories here, jobs here in their communities where they can have the types of income.
Yeah,
they
this
need
is
to
just
have to
super
really
contested,
for the
this
working
entire
class, for the middle
range
class,
right
not
here.
just for the super rich who
Someone will
can't
eventually
afford
win,
degrees.
and will either
For
like
people,
lose
honest,
5,000
hardworking
again or push
Americans who
up to
graduate from high
50-50,
school
but
and need a job. And they can have one that's stable and supports our
right now
manufacturing.
bot puts and bot calls around spot are fairly equivalent.
46 billion in manufactured products.
There's very little
These exports
like
support
overall volume.
150,000 people and jobs in the state. I'm concerned that the threat of retaliation from the trading partners will further help Pennsylvania. So can you specifically speak to that issue?
Yes, this is something that we watch really closely as well. And so in advance of the tariff action, I had many conversations with our major trading partners, and we told them, wait and see what happens on April 2, and then we can talk about what comes next. And so now most of our major trading partners have said, we're not going to retaliate against you. We want to talk to you about how to have more reciprocal trade.
Oh, your taxes
and
are
that's a good
tracking.
outcome.
There's only a bunch of scripts will check
We'll
your
also talk
taxes.
about
First level
increased
audit
small
is also automated. It does not
The
depend
effect
directly
that it
on the
will
number of
have
IRS
specifically when you
agents.
talk about Philadelphia on small business. Can you speak to that?
Certainly. I've actually tasked my staff to work with the Small Business Administration to make sure we're getting the feedback we need from our small businesses. I have an advisory council on small business at USTR, and I've asked my staff to convene that council so we can hear directly from them, because we want to make sure that we are hearing feedback in real time. I can give it to the president, and we can understand how the program is working.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. Ambassador Gurr, thank you for being here. And thank you for your commitment to spend time with this committee today and answer everybody's questions. Leveling the trade relationship the United States has with other countries, I believe, must be a bipartisan goal, especially when our nation's security and well-being are on the line. I do believe that the means by which we accomplish that vision, however, matters a great deal. My priority,
smart but steep. Oh, I don't need to do that anymore. I raised the price of Ko-Fi and it slowed down the nonsense.
Economic gains which the American people could achieve in a more balanced trade environment are not washed away by the near-term pains they may feel at their local supermarket, hardware store, pharmacy, or restaurant. I believe it's essential that Congress and the administration come together to find that middle ground, to maximize the benefits and limit the costs of our nation's trade policy. Above all else, we must deliver greater certainty and economic stability for our consumers, our workers, and our families. I want to zoom in on medicines in particular, sir. What work do you believe can be done with our closest partners and American companies who are operating in the European Union to ensure that the cost of distinct, innovative prescription drugs and medical devices are affordable for our nation's seniors, particularly those with rare diseases or disabilities?
Well, I think if we can have a supply chain that's more secure, more resilient, and more local, that's going to be something that's going to help with efficiency. This idea that we have this very fragile supply chain where we ship initial inputs from China to India, and they go elsewhere, and they get finished in another country, and they come here. That may work in a world where there's just-in-time manufacturing and where you're ignoring manufacturing jobs in the U.S. But in a world like we're seeing now, where there's conflict, there are pandemics, there are wars, that model doesn't work very well, and the costs become very high. And so if we are able to reshore large aspects of that or have it with close allies, that's going to be helpful.
Switching gears to national security, I want to thank you for your work to end the de minimis exemption for the People's Republic of China. This loophole has been more than an economic giveaway to foreign competitors at the expense of American retailers and manufacturers. It's also allowed our adversaries to funnel fentanyl and other synthetic opioid drugs into our communities. I was down at the El Paso Intelligence Center, EPIC as it's called. Their chief complaint, and this is coming from the Department of Homeland Security, they focus on the de minimis exception as a major vulnerability for fentanyl getting into this country. So in addition to the manufacturing issue, we had the fentanyl issue as well. As this administration evaluates how the U.S. should alter or eliminate the de minimis standard for other nations beyond the PRC, particularly those for which have credibly abused the process to the detriment of countless Americans' health and safety, what metrics do you believe should be prioritized?
So de minimis it's really a customs and border protection issue. It's not my jurisdiction, but I think some of the things you've talked about, the loss of revenue, tariff evasion through use of de minimis, counterfeits coming through the de minimis program, illicit substances coming through the de minimis program. These are all the types of things that need to be captured, whether it's from China or elsewhere. I think it's a real problem, and I think Customs and Border Protection should look into that.
And finally, very briefly, sir, on the USMCA, recognizing that the agreement is facing a sunset review process that needs to be completed by July of 2026, can you share any details about how you anticipate that review will be conducted?
Certainly. There are a few parts to this. First of all, there's a public consultation process that's set out in the statute that USTR will follow. We'll follow the law. There's a congressional consultation process, which of course we'll follow. When I think about ways to enhance USMCA or our relationships with our trading partners, one thing that I'm very focused on is making sure that other trading partners don't benefit from the agreement without agreeing to the obligations of the agreement. I'm thinking of China or other Asian countries that want to use Canada and Mexico as an export base into the United States and benefit from the USMCA. I don't think that's the right approach. We need to change that.
Just one follow-up. Will USMCA qualifying trade, which was not covered under the April 2nd tariffs, continue to be excluded in advance of this review to ensure
You
certainty for our
mastered taxes this year, losses and
That
wins.
is currently the status
Nice.
right now, and again, I'm not on the homeland security front here, but I understand that Canada and Mexico have been working with the administration on those issues, and so for now, that status continues.
Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize Representative Fischbach from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ambassador, for being here and for all of the opportunity that we've had to have conversations or
Chop until
discussions
after I'm
about
saying
what's-
we broke
what's
up.
happening, and thank you for answering all of
You
the
push up to
tough
50
or
now.
maybe not so tough questions today. So I appreciate and you may already know, but I represent a large rural, mostly agricultural district.
If the 10-year has a tail after moving up 3.8% today, it's not going to be
but we also grow
bullish.
sugar beets. So I was going to ask you just, I'm a strong supporter, obviously, of the sugar program, which has allowed our farmers, sugar refiners, and end users of that sugar to invest in strong and robust domestic sugar industry. So my first question, very quickly, will you commit to working with myself and other members to protect the sugar program and to promote the domestic industry?
Definitely, happy to do that.
Bulls have to
Thank you very
hold
much. I
30
appreciate
here
that.
on the rejection.
And many of the other farmers in my district rely on exporting.
There's a
their
gap
products
at
around the globe.
24,
China
503, and
is a
87.
Major customer of U.S. agriculture. Farmers are
503.
constantly searching for new market access and expanding market access in other countries. We've seen reports of numerous nations coming to the table, and I think it's over 50 now, with President Trump to negotiate new trade agreements. What are the opportunities in these negotiations to increase access for American farmers?
Certainly, as I think was mentioned earlier, perhaps by Congresswoman Tenney, Israel has come, and we've had a trade agreement with them for a long time. People are surprised to find out that despite the trade agreement, they still have tariffs on some of our agricultural goods. And so they've offered that that's something that they're willing to look at. We've heard from
They could still get
Vietnam, we've
support
heard from
somewhere in
India,
here.
we've heard from Argentina, we've heard from all kinds of countries that they're interested
They
in not
filled the
only
gap
getting
at
the tariffs
25.
down, but getting down the non-tariff
20, yeah,
barriers, which
25,
often
24.
are more problematic than the tariffs themselves. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there if these countries are willing to really engage in reciprocal trade.
And I think I know the answer, but I just want to will you work with
Some
me
kind
and
of hard
other members
resistance on
of this committee to make sure
futures
that
here.
farmers have a voice in the negotiations so
like
that we are
68.50.
Yes,
Keeps getting
certainly. We have a
rejected.
series of advisory committees that involve agricultural
Slipping
stakeholders.
further.
We manage those jointly with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. I've already talked to Secretary Rollins about this and the importance of meeting with these committees so we can have their feedback
Ball
directly.
start to move up.
And we are talking a lot about reducing America's reliance on Chinese
505.
imports to our country. And I think that's important, and I'm sure you do too. I think we learned a lot during COVID and over the last few years. But I think it's also important that we give farmers the opportunity to reduce their reliance on exports to China by providing them with new markets. And I know that we just kind of are talking about that, but I think it's important that we say it over and over and that we make sure that we include those farmers and that we are looking for new markets, because that is what they want to produce. And they want somewhere to sell it. So maybe that's not even a question as much as just a statement, but I appreciate your willingness to work with us protecting the sugar program, making sure our farmers are involved in these negotiations and that we are doing our best, because it's been the last few years that we have not had that kind of outreach to create new markets and find new markets for our ag products. So I hope that we are going to be very aggressive about that and really helping our farmers, because it's important that we strengthen and build that market and the farms in our country. So thank you for being here. I hope I made it real easy on you, because you've had a tough day. But thank you very much, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Snyder from Illinois for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm not going to make it any easier on you, Ambassador, but I will pick up on what Ms. Fischbach and Schweikert before said. Ambassador Greer, yes or no, didn't Israel zero out all tariffs on U.S. products before President Trump announced his across-the-board tariffs on April 2nd?
They indicated they're willing.
Just yes or no?
Later, maybe.
They did not do it yet. They announced they wanted
They
to.
announced it, but yet President still imposed 17% tariffs
Is there
on
a
Israel.
bull case for
Ambassador Greer,
FOMC?
what's our trade
Sure,
balance
the
with
market
the elephant and
feels
fur
the
seals,
Fed was
petrels, albatrosses, and penguins living
more
on the herd in
prepared
McDonald Islands?
They're
for the
part of
tariffs
Australia's customs union.
But they're
Yeah.
separate,
than
and I'm going to reclaim my
their
time. The
discussion
president
so
has
far
imposed
would have
specific tariffs on
indicated.
herd in McDonald's Islands while not taking any action against Russia, Belarus, North Korea, or Cuba. And I don't want to I don't want to disappoint my mom and my wife or have them yell at me, but Mr. Greer, I'm going to say what I think almost everyone is thinking. WTF? What's the president thinking?
WTF?
What did he and you think was going to happen after unilaterally declaring a global trade war? Did you expect the so-called Liberation Day to become Liquidation Week, destroying more than $10 trillion of value and moving us from an extended bull market into a self-induced bear? Did you intentionally plan to decimate Americans' retirement accounts and 529 accounts for their kids' education?
That was super cringy.
Did you and the
Yeah.
president anticipate raising prices?
Why
for
are these
American
people
families
such bitches?
already struggling to make ends meet? Did you mean to make
Like, all of
American
them.
businesses less, not more competitive in global markets? Was the intention with the
If
largest
Trump can
tax
say,
increase in
"Kissing
US
my
history
ass,"
to put the United States and maybe the entire global economy into a recession?
It's
because
all
of what Wall Street
performative.
Journal editorial board. Let me repeat
What a
this.
bunch
It
of
is the
fucking
Wall Street Journal
sackless
editorial board
losers.
said is the dumbest trade war in history. Already, Diane Swank, the chief economist at KPMG, is saying that her baseline forecast is a recession starting this quarter. Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan have raised their probability of recession to 79%. The Wall Street Journal reports the betting markets have it at 7%.
Can't really raise your voice or
and Goldman
swear in
Sachs
government.
recently
Yes, you
again
can.
raised their likelihood the second time since this trade war started to 45%.
Ooh, we're getting a nice
I
pumpy
expect that will rise
4
again.
minutes till the auction.
Indeed, by the time you have finished this hearing, I wouldn't be surprised if we already were in a recession. Less than a week after President Trump's declaration of, again, the largest sales tax in U.S. history, global markets continue to roil as a result of tariff-based recession fears. The president's newly imposed tariffs have real-world impacts.
There's no way this guy's reticence to swear is performative.
Higher prices at the grocery store, shortages of critical products, and less money in their retirement accounts and the accounts for their kids' education. American families deserve relief, but instead, thanks to President Trump and you, they're heading to the store to panic buy essentials before retailers raise their prices. I've heard from literally thousands of constituents about the pain that President Trump has said this country will suffer as a result of these tariffs. They have written to me sharing that they have lost as much as
Like, they
20%
bitch
of
about all
their
this stuff,
pay
but they
and
don't sound like they give a
accounts
fuck.
in the last week alone.
Like, it's not even like they're
market
trying to
fluctuations
sound like they
responding in real
care.
time to the president's announcements of
They're not even
arbitrary
good
increases in
actors.
tariffs. Seniors who recently retired are worried about having to return to work to make sure they can make ends meet. And today wonder if they will now continue out.
They don't give a fuck about their constituents or anyone else.
Small business owners are worried about laying off employees.
They're not
Large
all
companies in my
rich.
district are
most of
preparing
them
their next
make
earnings
like
report for
fucking
investors
nothing.
and telling me
It's
that
like
the
what, they
impacts
make
of
like
these
150
tariffs are
grand a year or
material.
something.
That's business speak, for the tariffs are going to have a real adverse effect on their operations and likely adverse effect on their cash flows. Make no mistake, President Trump's trade agenda is slowing economic
not all
growth and
worth
job
millions.
creation, weakening U.S. global leadership, and increasing the cost of doing business in
Not-
the United States.
not in the fucking-
These tariffs make life for Americans more expensive, make
Not
our
in the
nation
House.
less secure, and our citizens
Maybe the
less
Senate.
prosperous.
They're probably pretty much all
Congress must take
millionaires in
back
the
its
Senate,
constitutional
but
authority to stop the chaos and the pain President Trump is inflicting on American families and dig us out of what could be a self-inflicted recession. Before I ask a question with my limited time, I ask unanimous consent to submit into the record the CIA World Factbook entry for Heard Island and McDonald Island.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to submit for the record an article from Scientific American, The Heard and McDonald Islands Are Pristine Biological Wonderland. The subtitle of the article is Trump's Tariffs Put a Spotlight on the Uninhabited Heard and McDonald Islands, which comprise a remote volcanic refuge for penguins and seals and a UNESCO World Heritage Site. This just once again illustrates that these tariffs are not strategic, they are not targeted, they are arbitrary and capricious in hurting our economy
Capricious.
and our American citizens. I yield back.
fuck.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Moore from Utah for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, Thanks for being here. And as I've said to you before, I can't tell you how much
Auction
I
in
appreciate
20 seconds.
communication and the ability to dialogue. This hearing's, in my opinion, one of the most important hearings that we've had, and it's been very important for folks to be able to hear this out. And thank you for providing details and responses. We've talked a lot about trade deficits today in this hearing, and I have concerns about how we went about some of the calculations with just focusing on imbalance. But that completely aside, what I wanted to actually bring was the other side of this equation. So we run.
Barkin said people are pulling back on air travel, but not everyday spending.
Every major economy in the world.
Zelensky says at least 155 Chinese fighting alongside the Russian
recognizing
army.
that there's digital service taxes that we don't like.
Fed
and
bid
we
6.5 billion for the 10-year note.
And we're going to work on our retaliatory tax side with that in this committee, actually. The Europeans, Koreans, Japanese, they're all allowing us our U.S. tech firms to run surpluses in their markets for a reason. We have the best talent and the most skilled innovators in the world. My question here is, what are the consequences for American power and national security if they were able to retaliate and restrict access to American services in their market because we chose to restrict goods in their market?
The 10-year has already moved up
the good news on this
like 17 points today.
Have said that they are not going to
It's up almost 4%. It's getting pretty close to 4 or 5. If this auction has a tail, I mean, the 10-year is going to rocket.
This giant book that we put out, that I hope one day we never have to put out again. A lot of this are about the services barriers we have, including in our friendly partners. So my expectation is that they will bring those barriers down. That's my expectation.
And this is where I draw some optimism. But we're really early in this. If this is prolonged, does their position on no retaliatory
yield before auction 4.465?
That's something we have to be hyper focused on, and we've got to be vigilant. I have a big concern, and I would.
If the yield at auction is higher than the yield going into the auction,
losing the AI race to China,
so the high yield on the bid is higher than the yield at spot.
So I think that we benefit from having huge innovation here in the United States. We have an economy that cultivates innovation. We prioritize it. We have an intellectual property system that protects it. You don't have those kinds of things in China, right? You don't have that level of protection.
No tail.
That level of attractiveness.
4.435. Bid to cover 2.67.
Us to continue to have domestic laws and incentives to make sure that we're innovating here.
We can push up to 5,100.
Manufacturing and innovation go along with each other.
I'm going to add to that. So. Really what this boils down to, and I'll try to make it a little personal here. You and I went to rival universities. We're still working through some of those challenges.
For now.
Nice.
We may never see eye to eye on it, but we were both probably 40 minutes away from world-class ski resorts on the Wasatch Back during those college years. During college, I always went to the Sports Den. It's a local sporting goods store.
All right, I got like an hour
I've
to
known
get
the
something
owner,
to
Mark,
eat.
for over 30 years. I took my
probably not going to run into a lot of resistance besides 75.
He's committed to the.
We tapped 75. We got a little bit of profit taking. If it pulls back under 50, it might get kind of bearish again. But it's more likely to find support, and they'll probably try to continue to push up into the FOMC minutes.
I took my son's
I'll be
bike
right back
on Saturday to get fixed, and I've never seen him like this. I've never seen him so anxious, so nervous about what's going on. He pointed to everything in his shop. I buy ski equipment from him. We rent stuff from him, all the gear. I've never seen him like this. And I would ask you, like, what do I say to him? Like, he's really nervous right now, and I know it's impacting, and I know it's just a lot of concern. What do I say to him?
Well, I wish there was a silver bullet for this, Congressman, because I'm sensitive to this, and you all have constituents, whatever side of the aisle you're on, who are talking to you about this. The challenge is that we've seen 90,000 factories leave the United States, and we can have either the status quo and continue to lose that and continue to be dependent on other countries, in many cases foreign adversaries, for our businesses. I mean, to me, that's very fragile. To me, that's very high risk that we have to be so import dependent for our well-being. We're always going to trade. We have to have this reset. We need to move quickly. We have countries in right now trying to negotiate their way to more reciprocal trade. country like China, they're always going to have their own agency and make their own decisions, and they've never been a reliable trading partner in a lot of ways. We've always kind of been at the mercy of that. So, it's hard to go into your constituent and say that, because they'll say, well, Ambassador Greer said this kind of macro thing. I understand that. Please keep in touch. I mean, as we hear these, the effects of this, it's good for me to know about it so I can tell the president and I can continue to communicate this. We've heard stories about this, and we are concerned.
So that's what I said to him. I said to him, because of our communication, he's still just as nervous. And that's just why I wanted to share with you and your team how important and crucial your job is over the next little bit. Is if this is looming, you have an incredible opportunity to do some of the good we did in the first Trump administration to get us to there. We're not there. I'm scared that we're not going to get there. I don't see the strategy to get there, but I know we can, and I really have a lot of confidence in you and your team to be able to get us there, and I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Panetta from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. And Ambassador Greer, thanks for being here. I admit, before this week, talked to a lot of my colleagues about you. They actually said a lot of good things about you. You had a good reputation until this week, I have to say, because I actually wanted to work with you on solutions when it comes to free trade agreements. I think we still can once we get past this, and I hope that's the case. But unfortunately, you're defending a policy here from President Trump that's absolutely incoherent and inchoate. It's a self-imposed tariff regime of 10 times the amount of tariffs that were in place before this president took office. It is the largest self-inflicted wound to our economy in history, a self-inflicted wound that if it stays in place, it could constitute the largest tax increase on working families in more than 40 years, costing households more than $3,800 per year. A self-inflicted wound that prompted one of the largest three-day moves on the markets since World War II. And it's a self-inflicted wound that's leading investors to expect a severe economic slowdown. 8 years ago, this president talked about American carnage. Little did we know that he would create economic carnage that is spreading something similar across the entire global economy. Now, the reason for these tariffs is based on a national emergency that we have trade deficits, according to him and you. Unfortunately, the president's thinking about trade is reflected in this policy. This weekend, after the markets tanked, after small businesses fretted, and after the president played golf all weekend, the president said, "I consider any trade deficit a loss." That type of scorecard thinking, combined with the president's 40-year fetish for tariffs, that has put this policy in place and put us in the global economy in this position. Now, I know the president is painting all trade deficits as bad, but they are a product of larger macroeconomic factors relating to a number of things, as you know well: savings, investments, cultural, demographics, and so on. But the president is acting completely irrational when it comes to trade deficits. He believes that trade deficits are subsidies paid by Americans to other countries. His scorecard ignores our trade surpluses and services to the tune of $250 billion annually. He is oblivious to the relationship of trade deficits to foreign investment in America, in that when we send dollars abroad for goods and services, most of those dollars ultimately come back to America. And he refuses to grasp that tariffs are taxes paid by American importers and Americans, not foreigners. A perfect example of this unreasonableness is our reasonable trade deficit with Canada. The reason we have a trade deficit with Canada is because, starting with FDR, we entered into an agreement that would sell us oil at well below market prices. We entered into and maintained that deal because we maintained a trade deficit with Canada so that we can buy cheap oil, which is a huge benefit for America. And if we took that oil out of our trade relationship, guess what? We'd have a trade surplus. Yet Trump says we're getting ripped off, even though we are actually getting the benefit of that sweetheart deal. Now, absolutely, sometimes a trade deficit is a loss. Foreign trade barriers are a problem. That includes tariffs and non-tariff barriers. But there are ways to remedy these things. Free trade agreements, as I talked about. Free trade agreements that don't require a tariff policy that cripples our economy. Yet, due to the president's fetish for tariffs and superficial thinking on trade deficits, the president has imposed a trade policy that makes the global baseline of 10% with countries that have trade surpluses like Singapore, Australia, Netherlands, Countries we have free trade agreements are getting tariffs at 10%. Countries that are free trade countries are getting tariff at 10%. It does make no sense. It makes no sense of exactly what the president wants to fix or how he's going about these tariffs. Now, it's really contradictory based on the lack of clear messaging out of your administration. If other countries eliminate their tariffs and we eliminate ours, that's just deal making, and we don't raise revenue, and businesses don't relocate to the U.S. If it's a permanent revenue source and you want to relocate to the U.S., then going to have these tariffs permanently, and there are not going to be any deals. So what is clear is that you can't have it both ways. Additionally, tariffs undermine our national security, as we're seeing in the Indo-Pacific region. Look, I know the president wants to bring back the Rust Belt. I get that. But a big part of that is political. It's nostalgia. And nostalgia, as they say, is the rust of memory. We are not victims here. Our economy is the envy of the world, partly because it was our choice to invest in other countries over saving. It was our choice to have bilateral trade deficits. This is not some unexpected crisis here. This is no extraordinary or unusual threat. This is because we chose to invest in other countries where labor is cheaper and therefore products are cheaper. And as we know, it's okay for working families to want to pay low prices for products in this country. I know that the president is saying we're getting screwed, but the fact is that Trump is screwing us with these incoherent, inchoate tariffs that in the short term and in the long term, domestically and internationally, and for our economy and for our national security, they are making us weaker. Thank you. I yield back.
I now recognize Ms. Van Dyne from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Greer, I'm sure it's been a long afternoon for you, but thank you for sitting it out. I want to thank you for being here today and for your engagement thus far on trade matters that are very important to all of us. Quite the contrast from your predecessor. I know that we've heard that the trade deficit, according to the president, isn't fair, but it's fact, is it not? That we are experiencing a $1.3 trillion deficit in trade, that Americans pay out over $360 billion last year in tariffs, and yet the U.S. collects less than $80 billion. I would say that that's fact. That's not just what the president thinks. It's fact. And let me be absolutely clear. President Trump's tariff policy is not a fetish. It's results-driven. For decades, we let our trading partners take advantage of us. China flooded our markets with subsidized steel. India slapped double-digit tariffs on U.S. goods. And the EU buried our industries in red tape. And meanwhile, Washington shrugged. But thanks to this administration's unapologetic use of tariffs, countries like Israel, India, Vietnam, Mexico, and the European Union are back at the table. And they're engaging because they know the United States is now finally serious. And when I hear Democrats criticize tariffs as some kind of economic sin, I have to ask, what's their alternative? Appeasement? President Trump's approach isn't theoretical. It is producing concrete results, as we have seen in the last few weeks. Results that the last administration only talked about. Tariffs are working, and not because we like them, but because we need them. They're leverage. And now they're actually making deals from a position of strength. I think that is very important. In North Texas, look, I've seen firsthand the value of trade that is fair, reciprocal, and firmly rooted in America's strategic interests. These are principles that are championed by you and President Trump. And I also understand something too many in this town seem to forget, is that trade without enforcement is surrender. And under the previous administration, enforcement was weak, inconsistent at best. Mexico violated its obligations under the 1944 Water Treaty, and they violated the USMCA with impunity. And American businesses were the ones that had to pay. We saw it firsthand with the case of Vulcan Materials, a company that operated lawfully in Mexico for decades, but then had their property invaded, shut down, and seized by Mexican armed forces. As we approach the USMCA review, can I ask how the administration is planning to protect these American business interests and ensure that Mexico complies with its obligations?
Yes, certainly, and thank you for your comments. What we see is that Mexico, despite their obligations under the USMCA, continues to discriminate against U.S. companies and U.S. products. We've seen this particularly in the energy sector, for example, where they have favored state-owned industries over American industries, which are cleaner and efficient. You mentioned the situation with Vulcan. That's something where we're paying attention. Mexico, we won a case against them about how they treat our corn, and they have a little, constitutional amendment they're doing. We're watching that very closely to make sure they don't hit that. So there are a variety of unfair trading practices that Mexico has or threatens to have where we're watching that very closely. And we expect any renegotiation or review of USMCA to focus on those types of issues.
Excellent, thank you. And while the tariffs are seeming to make progress in the right direction, I'm still really concerned with China's third country subsidies and their transshipment to the steel and aluminum industries, specifically in my district. That is very important, which have enacted and enabled them to evade our duties and our tariffs. Can you comment on the specific actions that we can expect to see from this administration in terms of cracking down on transshipment and duty evasion through third country circumvention?
Certainly, and this is, for example, you mentioned steel and aluminum. The president recently tightened exclusions and exemptions under steel and aluminum because of those types of issues. I think that we need to pay attention to whether goods coming in from Mexico and Canada, for example, whether they contain a lot of Chinese content. Some of this is Customs and Border Protection needs to do more enforcement. I know that they're focused on this, but I think that we need to make sure where we have trade agreements that the benefits of the agreement are going first to Americans and then, of course, to trading partners who follow the rules. And we have to have enforcement. And enforcement means tariffs. People say they want enforcement, but in the trade space, enforcement means tariffs. So we're going that direction too.
I'm concerned that our current trade remedy laws will not suffice, which is why I'm leading the Level the Playing Field 2.0 Act with Ms. Sewell. Do you agree it's time for Congress to update trade remedy laws?
Oh, I certainly agree with that, yes.
Awesome. All right, Ambassador, we're at a pivotal moment. We finally have a trade policy that doesn't just talk about fairness, but it actually demands it. The Trump administration has sent a clear message. The era of taking advantage of the United States is over. Thank you again for your testimony and leadership, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes, and I just want to say thank you, Ambassador Greer, for taking the time to speak with us today. It's great to hear a voice of reason. I want to first thank you for including Germany's withholding tax on IP on USTR's list of investment barriers in the National Trade Estimate. And I look forward to working with you on this and ensuring fair treatment of American businesses across the world. I saw the list, and that was one of them, Section 49, so thank you very much. I am from a district, the second largest ag district in the country, #1 in cattle, hogs, corn, soybeans, and so forth. 20% of our ag production in the United States goes to the export market. So my hope is to see tariffs imposed last week quickly lead to fair and reciprocal market access and to end many of the long-standing agricultural trade barriers around the world. I mean, that is really my hope. So if I may ask you, it's a really interesting time. We have 70 countries that President Trump said last night, 70 countries that want to negotiate, which is incredible. Can you talk to me, do you have the staff and resources to manage all these negotiations at this time, and how can we help?
Thank you. I, of course, could always use more staff. We had some folks leave, USTR career folks leave during the last administration. We have my deputies who are currently going through the confirmation process, but we have a strong staff. We have most of our political appointees in. We have career veteran USTR folks who know these issues, who have been there for many years. I know them from the last time I was there. I work very closely with them. This is a situation where we have embraced the agency, and these folks are truly at the tip of the spear. They're the ones who helped put together this book with all the non-tariff trade barriers that we're putting together. So they know their brief, they know what they're doing, and when the countries come in, there's not a lot of extra homework that needs to be done because we know exactly the barriers we're targeting. So we're doing our best with what we have. I always welcome more staff, of course.
That's great to hear. So there's two types when it comes to trade. Obviously, there's the barriers, the concerns, but also there's the opportunity. I think about agriculture, that we can expand our markets to the UK, to India, to Kenya. There's so many areas that we can expand. Can you just touch on that? We're negotiating with 70 countries, but then we also want to expand these markets, these other markets. Can you just briefly talk on how we can create expansion for our agricultural community?
Certainly. Again, the foundation of the president's action is to achieve reciprocity because we think the lack of reciprocity, we know the lack of reciprocity is a driver of this trade deficit that's left us in such a challenging situation. And so as you're seeking reciprocity, and again, we have countries coming and saying we're interested in reciprocity, Part of that is making sure that they're treating us as we treat them. That means that they have to lower their tariffs, they lower their non-tariff barriers, and that's where you get the market access. That's where you get expanded markets. That's where our ag and other producers have the chance to really get their foot in the door instead of little bits and pieces here and there or an uncertain access. You get real access, you get reliable access, something that our farmers can count on.
So just to clarify that, so I can tell my farmers by the end of the day, after this is all settled, we should have dramatically expanded markets for them. Would that be a fair statement?
I think that's the expectation.
Yeah.
I think that's the expectation. We certainly want to, I mean, listen, with some countries, it's easier. They have fewer barriers. With others, it's harder. And it's going to take some time. And in the meantime, they'll have that tariff. But my hope is that we can have a lot of these countries have reciprocal trade with us and make it, we can be more competitive, whether we're farmers or manufacturers or producers, if we have real access to these other markets. Be more competitive here and produce here.
I want to thank you for your response to my letter to the USTR's proposed measure on Chinese-built marine vessels and for discussing it with me last week. The proposal of the USTR to counter China's shipbuilding industry would significantly increase freight costs on U.S. soybeans and soy products, in turn making the price of U.S. soybean products uncompetitive versus other countries. I'm hearing from my constituents that global soybean orders are simply being canceled and grain shippers cannot secure freight past May due to this uncertainty. I just wanted to hear from you again. So what can I tell my soybean producers, I'm the largest in the country, to give them some peace in this matter and what's happening?
Well, first of all, we should have final decision on that by the middle of this month. Second of all, there were a lot of proposed measures in that Section 301 action on shipbuilding. I think that, and this could have been a communications issue, I think some people thought that all of those measures would be imposed. Those were proposed measures for people to comment on and receive feedback. We've now had that process where we've had the feedback, and now we consider which of those measures is most appropriate.
Thank you very much. I now yield myself back. Now I recognize Mr. Gomez from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I want to just get to the point. I want to start off by making sure we're speaking the same language, Mr. Ambassador. Do you agree that tariffs are a tax, yes or no?
They're a tax on foreign goods.
Okay, so I'm glad you're here to say that, because also economists say that 98% of that tax is passed on to the American consumer, right? 98 to 99% is passed on to the American consumer in higher prices. And it's going to fall disproportionately, especially on working Americans. So higher costs when it comes to food. 40% of our produce are produced out of the country. Cars, clothes, shoes, household goods, all of it. And yesterday, you said, quote, there'll be some short-term pain. I want to know, and I think my constituents want to know, how long is short-term pain going to last? Is it 24 months?
I don't think it's 24 months, no.
2 years?
I don't think it's 2 years.
The reason why, is it 3 years? Is it a month? Because here's the thing, you also said yesterday, the other thing you did say yesterday, is you said the trade deficit grew over 30 years. It didn't happen overnight, so this problem's not going to be solved overnight. So you're saying on one hand, this is not going to be solved overnight, but then the long-term pain, it's going to be short-term pain. That doesn't compute. People don't believe it. And here's the thing. Just yesterday, it was said that it was going to be a $3,800 a year increase falling on working families and the cost of higher prices. It increased to $4,600. We had to actually cross that out because we made this board yesterday. What is the tax increase going to be tomorrow? Is it going to be $5,200? So, and the reason why is that we have different definitions of short-term pain. What was your last, before beginning confirm at USTR, where did you work?
I worked at King & Spalding.
King & Spalding. How much does a partner make at King & Spalding?
Well, it depends on a lot of different factors. But
So
it makes
I can pull up your financial disclosure. I don't have it in front of me. But one of the things that we're shown, it's about $1.5 million. My constituents don't make that. The average American consumer doesn't make that. The way we do it is every single month, we look at our budgets and see how much we spent, and then actually have to decide what do we have to pull back on.
I grew up in a mobile
So-
home working several jobs.
So here's
I
the
know what
thing.
it means.
Here's the
Congressman.
thing. You
In a
also
mobile
have,
home.
You
That's where
have
I grew up.
you also have a cabinet of billionaires. You have Lucknick, you have Bessent, you have the president himself, you have Elon Musk, Donald Trump, who has billions. So for them, $4,600 doesn't mean anything. But for the average worker, it does. So this is where I say, you guys are out of touch when it comes to things. And I recognize you're working a lot of different jobs. So I'm going to move on to ask a question. In your testimony, you said Ms. Sanchez said you are the acting head of special counsel. Aren't you also the acting head of the Office of Government Ethics?
I was recently assigned to that position, yes,
Correct.
Mr. Gomez.
So let me get this straight. You are the chief USTR representative, the active chief of ethics. You're also the chief whistleblower, and now you're leading negotiations of 70 countries. So where's your priority? Those other jobs, or is it the trade agenda?
Well, my first job is USTR, and
Okay,
we have
so you're-
staff at the other agencies
So
to
the
help
reason why
execute
it
that.
doesn't seem right, here's why. Because I've learned over the years, if you want to make somebody feel special, you give them more titles. Because
Thank you, Ambassador. I very much appreciate your testimony here today, and I understand the President's goal of wanting to that deal forward very quickly, but they've made it that they can't wait 90 days for a deal to be made, and that it would literally close their business. And so I just want to hear from you on where you think you're making inroads there, on making deals with some of these countries to avoid that type of scenario, and if you could just answer those two, comment on those 2 points first.
Certainly, I'm happy to do that. And again, just to reiterate, we've had these, this enormous trade deficit that developed under President Biden. These things are supposed to be self-correcting under normal economic theory. When they're not, it shows that there's something structural at risk here. So that's what's being addressed. We now have so many countries saying, we're not going to retaliate against you, we're going to work with you, we're going to try to figure out a way forward, that the president is looking forward to trying to find a way forward to make deals with these folks. China is on its own path. It's chosen retaliation for many years. It's chosen uncertainty. And I won't comment much further on the U.S.-China relationship, but I think what you're talking about, Congresswoman, with respect to these other countries, I think we could count on having some deals with them within the next few weeks or months.
Yeah, I hope it's more the few weeks, because I think, again, too many months may hurt the ability for these companies to survive there. At least if you're able to do some business in Vietnam or Cambodia, you don't have to rely on communist China, which they're already starting to move out. But I feel like that's a real issue, because even if we want to bring the supply chain home, this brings me to my second point about pharmaceuticals. We've all said it here today. 4 years that Joe Biden was there, he did nothing to reduce our dependency on communist China for our medical supply. In fact, from 2020 to last year, we saw $213 billion worth of medicine imported from China. That's a 2.5-time increase than the decade before. And so we are relying more today, post-COVID, on communist China for our pharmaceuticals, and that is a very dangerous thing. But my question is, with your goal of trying to bring facilities back home, I mean, it does take about 7 years to get one of these manufacturing plants up and running. How do you close the gap? If the president's going to do tariffs on pharmaceuticals, which I would really caution against that, but if that is the goal, to try to get them to come back home, we know it takes about 7 years for those plants to get up and running. How are we going to close that gap so we're not hurting ourselves in the process, but we are doing what we need to do, which is bring that supply chain home?
Well, I think there's a role for Congress in bringing home the supply chains. The president can act with the authorities he's been given, and we found that a tariff isn't, in the first term, we found a tariff is a way to become less dependent on China, for example. We know it works. It's just math. The data's there. That's how it is. To the extent that Congress is interested in helping reshore and creating, tax structures that incentivize manufacturing, I think that's just really important. I think we have to have that.
Well, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because I actually have legislation to do just that, to incentivize our sensitive supply chain, particularly pharmaceuticals, back here, and also to utilize Puerto Rico, which has had historically the infrastructure to do it. I agree with my friend Dr. Murphy, who pointed that out earlier, and I have 2 pieces of legislation that I hope the committee will take up, or perhaps we'll put a piece in the tax package. But I do look forward to working with you. I think it does take more than that. We also have to reduce some of the regulatory framework and some of the permitting process that takes too long. But we can get there, but we need to make sure we don't hurt ourselves in the interim. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Mr. Kerry.
Mr. Ambassador, a pleasure to be with you today. Thank you for your testimony. I also want to compliment you. I think anybody that has had a successful career on the private sector, who's willing to come back into the public sector, says a lot about the character of the person. So I appreciate your service to the country, sir. I was pleased to see the administration's decision to exclude oil and natural gas from these new reciprocal tariffs on countries with unfair trade practices. As we all know, one of the administration's top priorities is increasing U.S. oil and gas production, which is a shared goal of mine. As many of you know, Ohio is one of the largest coal-producing states east of the Mississippi River. But in order to accomplish this, the energy industry will need access to key materials and inputs to bring these projects online and help keep the U.S. as the top supplier of energy resources. Many of these products, including specialized steel, are not currently produced in the United States, and it's just a matter of fact. These products are designed to handle unique operating environments like higher pressures and temperatures needed for energy production. Many of these specialized products, there really is no domestic option. I mean, it's just, there isn't. So can you share how USTR is considering treatment for these types of key end-of-use materials like specialty steel in regard to the tariffs, especially considering that many of these products cannot be sourced in the U.S. and are essential to help deliver the administration's energy agenda?
So, Congressman, the specialty steel you're talking about is not covered by the reciprocal tariff. The Commerce Department, using Section 232 action, they oversee any tariffs on steel and aluminum, and so I'm not trying to pass the buck, but they're much better placed to talk about how that's being implemented.
I just want to identify this as something that is very concerning to a lot of people. So we'll follow up with your team, and we'll follow up the right people. The other thing I do want to bless you. Bless you.
Sorry.
Bless you.
I yield back the balance of my time. No. Ambassador, I also want to echo Congressman Feenstra's comments about the Chinese-flagged vessels that are going into certain ports. That's a very, very big issue for a lot of commodities. I don't care whether it's corn or coal or soybeans, whatever it is. So I appreciated your remarks on that, but it's something that we will definitely follow up with you on. One of the things, President Trump unleashed the American LNG industry by ending the former administration's era permitting pause. And as you know, the U.S. LNG industry is already being targeted by nations that are subject to the president's new tariffs. So my question to you is, do you have any plans to prioritize America's newly restored LNG export capacity in conversations with foreign nations?
That's something that comes up regularly. Obviously, we've been talking about the trade deficit, and many countries have been quick to say, one area where the U.S. is very competitive is oil and LNG, and it's something that they want to buy. And so it's been very common in these conversations for them to suggest that that is one way to help achieve, more trade balance, et cetera.
I appreciate your answer. And lastly, I'd like to briefly touch on the USMCA sunset review, if you don't mind. USMCA qualifying trade was excluded from the tariffs announced on April 2nd. This will help many of the U.S. manufacturers. The reason I wasn't in the room most of the days, they were in my office, that have made investments under the rules President Trump negotiated 5 years ago. USMCA is facing a sunset review process that needs to be completed by the end of July of 2026. Will the tariff exclusion continue to the lead up of that review to give the manufacturers more certainty in the upcoming months?
Well, that's the current status. All right, I don't want to get ahead of the president on how he wants to treat that, but that's certainly the current status, and I would expect that if Canada and Mexico continue on this path, that would continue to be the status.
And again, I want to compliment you for your service to the country and being willing to go back into the public sector. A lot of people don't realize you're giving up on a lot. You're spending a lot more time, probably a lot more hours, a lot more time away from your family, and so I just want you to know, as a member of this committee, I certainly appreciate your service. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, and to the ranking member. Mr. Trade Representative, are you aware that the tariffs have been paused?
I am, yes.
When were you made aware of that?
Well, I understood the decision was made a few minutes ago. It's something
Sitting here,
under discussion.
Sitting here, under discussion. So did you know that this was under discussion, and why did you not include that as part of your opening remarks?
So typically what I don't do is divulge the contents of my discussions with
What are the
President
details of the
Congress.
pause?
Well, my understanding is that because so many countries have decided not to retaliate, we're going to have about 90 days.
No, excuse me? China increased their tariffs on the United States. Trump blinked.
What's the blink, sir?
What do you know about this pause? What are the details of it?
Well, the details, as I understand it, is that China continues to retaliate. Other countries didn't retaliate. The president 2 or 3 days ago said we wanted to negotiate with those countries that asked for meetings. That's what we're doing.
What are the
We've had
details?
discussions.
How long is the pause? How many days? How many weeks?
I understand it's 90 days. I haven't spoken to the president since I've been
So
in
the
this
trade
hearing.
representative hasn't spoken to the president of the United States about a global reordering of trade
Yes, I have. I've
And
just
yet
been in the
he's-
hearing with you, sir.
But yet he announced it on a tweet? WTF? Who's in charge?
The President of the United States is in charge.
And what do you know about those details?
Well, as I mentioned,
It looks like your boss just pulled the rug out from under you and paused the tariffs, the taxes on the American people. There's no strategy. You just found out 3 seconds ago, sitting here, we saw you.
we've been discussing a
If
variety
you
of these
came
actions.
here knowing that you were going to be turned off, that these tariffs were going to be turned off, why didn't you include that in your opening statement? Why didn't you reference that as part of your testimony?
Well, I don't disclose my conversations with the president, sir.
These were specific questions we asked you all along. What's the strategy? These are real consequences for the American people and small businesses. I had a group of small businesses in my office earlier today talking about the impacts of these tariffs on aluminum and steel.
Oh shit, I missed the top.
This is amateur hour, and it needs to stop. What does this
Fuck.
even mean for your negotiating strategy?
What
How
happened?
are you in charge of negotiation if the president is tweeting about this from wherever the hell he is?
The president was elected.
Assad raises duties on China
Who
125%.
executes the
Countries
trade
who do
policy?
not retaliate will be rewarded.
We have been discussing all
Mexico and Canada included in 10% tariff.
Who just canceled coming to the Hill to avoid talking about the market because it's in turmoil. This in just days because there was no strategy, there was no plan. The president chose to take actions that he didn't even have the authority.
Trump
to
authorized a
take.
90-day pause on
Put
non-retaliating
our economy
countries.
in disarray and near collapse. We have small businesses and Americans who
Effective
are concerned
immediately.
about their well-being, people's retirement, people's 529 accounts went down because of this administration. We have people that are planning to send their kids to college this fall. People who are retiring whose benefits have declined. Is this market manipulation?
No.
Why not? If it was a plan, if it was always the plan, how is this not market manipulation?
It's not market manipulation, sir.
Well, then what is it? Because it sure is not a strategy.
We're trying to reset the global trade system.
You're-
That has
and-
offshored,
and what-
offshored
and-
all of our
and
factories.
what has that
and
done?
offshored all of
How
our
have you
jobs.
done? How have you achieved any of that? But to enact enormous
These people even know
harm
what's going
the
on.
American people, which was our concern from the very beginning. Tariffs are a tool. It can be used in the appropriate way to protect U.S. jobs and small businesses. But that's not what this does. So if it's not market manipulation, what is it? Who's benefiting? What billionaire just got richer? And all the while, there are not even any Republicans left in this hearing. They all left because they don't even want to defend this. But meanwhile, the speaker is rushing to the floor to pass a budget reconciliation to screw America by passing the biggest tax cut in history on the backs of the American people.
Jesus Christ, that chamber is completely fucking empty.
Who's in charge? Because it sure doesn't look like it's the trade representative
I'm right
who just
here.
got the rug pulled out from under you. I wish I could feel some empathy, but the empathy I have is for the American people whose very well-being and livelihoods are being affected. This is not a game. This is real life. I yield back.
Let the record reflect that there's more Republicans in this chamber than there are Democrats currently in this committee room. There's 6 of us, there's 5 of you. So let's make sure we get the facts right. I appreciate the president did not blink on China, as was said earlier, and it needs to be corrected in the record. In fact, he increased China by 125%.
Would you yield, Mr. Chairman?
I do not.
Can we have a colloquy?
No.
We don't want to talk about the trade policy here in the Trade Committee. This is our jurisdiction.
Your time has expired, and I'm more than happy to talk to you.
I asked if you would yield.
And I said no.
Because you don't want to defend the policy or the strategy. Kick me out. What you gonna do? Kick me out of
Mr. Yakum, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Greer, it's good to see you today. As we discussed in the past, Indiana's 2nd District has the type of production economy that he would like to make for the entire country. We manufacture 85% of the nation's RVs, 60% of artificial knees and hips, as well as boats, trailers, buses,
Well, hold on.
auto parts, Humvees, you name it. We also have
It's a 90-day pause
corn,
for
soybeans,
non-retaliating
eggs,
countries.
dairy, ducks, beef, pork, lumber, potatoes, and tomatoes. I could go on. Lumber alone, I was actually just meeting with a cabinet manufacturer here a few minutes ago. I couldn't even remember if I had been to that cabinet manufacturer's site because we have so many of them in my district. I don't know how we do all that in one
Basant says the pause is not because of the market reaction.
All this to say, supply chains matter, both getting inputs in the door and outputs out to market. Small hangups can create expensive backups. A drip of price hikes can turn into a stream, and that stream can turn into a river for something with thousands of components. I hope we can get some good deals quickly. It probably won't come as a surprise to you, Mr. Ambassador, when I tell you that when an RV or boat is exported, it tends to not go very far. In fact,
We've still got
90% of our
FOMC in
RV
15
exports are
minutes.
to Canada. However, Canadian retaliation tariffs against RVs began today, and boats are on the bubble. Are you consulting with industries and companies being targeted by these retaliatory tariffs?
So, Congressman, in many cases, yes. I understand that the retaliatory tariffs by Canada are...
If you have to say it's not because of the market reaction, it's definitely because of the market reaction.
We certainly,
yeah.
we meet with all these folks, right? Whether it's covered by the Commerce Department or someone else, they want a meeting, we take it, we listen, and we provide the feedback that's necessary. You know, and obviously we're talking to all of these countries to get to a position where we have better terms of trade with them, where we can ensure that we have domestic steel and aluminum manufacturing and the other critical sectors that are so important to our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I also want to get your thoughts on a recent New York Times article titled, "The Tsunami is Coming." China's global exports are just getting started. It reports that Chinese state-controlled banks lent an extra $1.9 trillion to industrial borrowers over the last 4 years.
Do you think we should at this level all week, or because the rapid bounce, we'll see the market go back down to 5,000?
Their domestic consumption. China's
We're making a
to
like very
consumption
obvious head and
economy remains
shoulders
just
here.
that.
I think we might have run out of delta to the
Increased
upside.
production paired with low consumption just means
Yeah.
that China continues to
So we blew
double
through
down on
all of the sold call positioning.
And these numbers bear that out. Exports rose 13%.
So new positioning is going to have to build to the upside from here.
In 2024.
If you look at
Seems like
delta
there's a
from
global
last night, like
recognition
into the
that threat
11th,
posed by China's overcapacity is real.
kind of slims down
Brazil, Indonesia,
quite a bit to
Thailand,
the
and
upside.
others have
So like this
also
range,
imposed
like
tariffs on China
5,300,
to counter
there's not a lot
the
of delta
flood
here.
Cheap exports. It's not just us. Reports suggest that Canada and Mexico
I made fried
are
rice and
coordinating with
gyoza.
the United States on China's overcapacity. Are you able to comment, Mr. Ambassador, on reports that Canada and Mexico are open to coordination on Chinese overcapacity? And if they were to coordinate with us, would that potentially create an off-ramp for Canada and Mexico on the U.S. tariffs?
So in the first instance, I appreciate you highlighting that. And overcapacity in China, it infects the whole world, right? It can displace products in third countries that come to us indirectly. And that's often why we do a global tariff action, because the Chinese actions are not just bilateral. They cause a problem for the whole economy. And so we have to take global actions to make sure there aren't loopholes or Swiss cheese. With respect to Canada and Mexico, I won't get into the details of our negotiations with them. I'll defer to their public statements. But for my part, I would say
Yeah,
we have
I kind of
encouraged
agree. I'm
the
going to turn them off.
policymakers. We have encouraged for years.
The press isn't even like citing him right now, so. Everyone's focused on the Basant speech. I don't think it's live. Maybe it is.
Actors, and we are willing to cooperate with our allies
and with our trading partners who did not retaliate. It wasn't a hard message. Don't retaliate, things will turn out well.
What's your message to America? Mr. Secretary,
Kind of hard to hear.
negotiations with these 75 countries. How long will that take? Will it be a matter of weeks? Will it be a matter of months? Do you expect financial markets to be stable during that time period?
Well, we've started with a 90-day pause, and we will see if more countries turn up, what will happen. But we have a meeting with Vietnam today, and we have one of the largest trade deficits with them, so I'm hoping it will move in a good direction. I was at the Japanese ambassador's house last night for the Cherry Blossom Festival, which was quite festive, and he and I had a good chat. They are going to send a deal team over, so we'll see. These are
Did Trump just art of the deal himself into pausing tariffs? Yeah, it looks that way.
But I think having seen the maximum level that Donald Trump is willing to go to, President Trump has created this negotiating leverage.
Excuse me, everybody. Excuse me. The secretary.
Mark Archer, welcome to
is a very busy
Billionaire Man.
as
Thank
he
you
has
so
said. He's
much.
had more than 75 countries that the trade team has to respond to. I just like to end with this.
If you hit me up at the end of the stream, I'll get you added to the
Republicans
country
and
club, man.
Democrats have said that these unfair trade practices are ripping off the American people, are ripping off our country, but nobody has ever done anything to address it. We finally have a
WeBull
president
froze,
here at the White House
but
who is
GS hung in
playing the
there.
long game,
Nice.
who is doing what is right for the American worker and our industries here at home, and he has put together a fantastic team in Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lustnick, the entire trade team.
That was a
who is
fucking
focusing
crazy move.
on negotiating these good deals to put the American workers first, and we're going to get to work to do that. Thank you.
What about the EU? What about the EU? They retaliated this morning. Why aren't they being treated like China?
Hey, Elena, can I get that sticker?
So they didn't answer anything on the EU. That's awkward, because EU retaliated this morning. So it's going to be a 90-day pause on everybody who has an economy that's too small to matter. It's almost like the administration's run by a bunch of incompetent dickheads. I'm sorry. Our government. But like worse than normal. Dude, yields are going to 20. The fact that the U.S. can vote in this level of incompetence is scary. Not only, like, vote it in, but continue to cheer it on. No, Bob, we all lost. There isn't a single qualified person in the entire cabinet, besides maybe Basad. I thought you had calls. We're dead. They're up. Kind of hoping this goes higher, though. I'm not watching that video. Hmm. Six pooties look enticing. Hmm. This is fucking ridiculous. So China starts dumping treasuries, and Trump bends the knee. Interesting. I guess you can't risk them all dumping their treasuries. What did he bend the knee to? Everyone else. Literally, the rest of the fucking world. I mean, the 10-year was almost back above 4.5. Wait for FOMC. I don't get why you say stupid shit that you read on, like, right-wing social media. But yet, here you are. China's in a deflationary spiral, Poopy, that Trump almost just bailed them out of. And likely will if the current rate of tariffs persists. You just told me, what if it's not about the tariffs? Kiko. Do you think the upside is held on to? Hmm. Hmm. It's a good question. Possibly. Maybe like ES back above like 54 or 44 would be a little bit better. I think that'd put us back above 5,400. We're back above the JPM long pits. Delta neutral. Delta neutral's at 55.63. Yeah, we can be pretty stable. Above 5,400 would be better, but this should be pretty stable. Yeah, I have calls on BTU. I closed some of them this morning. I still have like 20 left. Yeah, FOMC's right now. Almost all participants view risk to inflation as tilted to the upside and risk to employment as tilted to the downside. All participants of the Fed's March 18 and 19 meeting viewed it as appropriate to keep interest rates unchanged in light of elevated certainty around the economic outlook. U.S. credit risk cages fall by most since April 2020. Participants view the Fed as being well positioned to wait for more clarity on the outlook. Didn't the entire EU clap back? Yeah, but they didn't answer any questions on the EU, which means that there's still an overhanging risk. Elevated inflation could prove to be more persistent than expected. FOMC may face difficult trade-offs if inflation proved more persistent while the outlook for growth and unemployment weakened, which is what Kashkari said this morning too. The threat of tariffs and no actual implementation would be disinflationary. No, that's incorrect. The threat of tariffs, as we already found out, is inflationary. More so, probably, than the tariffs, or at least at a more accelerated rate. The tariffs are still in effect against China. Canada is at the 10% rate. EU unclear. Fed staff projection for real GDP growth was weaker than the one prepared in the Jan meeting. Trump trade advisor Navarro, we've got the bond market behaving well now. So Trump fine with shocking the economy up until the big banks are like, enough of that. And then he gets on his knees and chortles Jamie Dimon's balls. I can tell by how excited Poopy is that he's going to end up being probably incorrect. Kiko, I hate everyone. Did JFresh took a victory lap this morning? I missed it. Are you a pigeon whale again, Cobra? God, this is worse than the Trump copium. I don't know, did you buy puts at 5,400? If you did, then yes, they were a play. I'm gonna get stopped out of my fucking calls. It's profit taking is a bit much. Oh, there they go. That was nice. Huh. No, the FOMC was bullshit. They're trying to keep the bond market from blowing up the banks. That's why they instituted the 90-day pause. Because China's going to sell U.S. treasuries until Trump pulls back the tariffs. And they have like 800 billion of them. They're going to sell treasuries and buy gold. Depends if they can convince Japan to do the same thing. Keeping a $100 call hedge saved $3K. Mm-hmm. Call hedges are dope. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do with these like 52, 5,300 spreads I have though. Guess I'll just sit on them. I can probably roll them in. Japan said they aren't doing that already. They said they don't intend to do that. That can change, though. Quickly. The timing on the DM I sent you. Hold on. Nice. The macro meatball doesn't update live. Or you just want to see how much fell off? ES is up 7%. She dropped from about 3.6 to 2.86 trillion put delta. And we picked up like 81 or 71 trillion or 0.71 trillion in call delta. Treasuries are still rocketing. It doesn't look like they got the control of the bond market that they wanted to get. France is still trading. Are we still in a bear market? I'm so confused. Is NQ? I don't think so. NQ's still down 15% from the high. Wow, actually. Yeah, 15.8. Still got about 2 hours. It's a little hard to push to the upside, but above 4100 is pretty difficult. I could see us retreating maybe back to like 53.25. But people are going to reposition, so it's very early still. I would say it's kind of hard to say right now. I'd say 4100. Did I? Oh. 5300. 5325, 5300 support to the downside. 5400 resistance to the upside, but more resistance above 375. So it'll be hard to hold prices there for now. Some gamma's picking up there, but not a lot yet. Crash canceled for 90 days? Probably. Depends on the EU response still, but I would say so. It's very likely. Mm. Hmm. Made a lot of money on the wild ride. Thanks, Pickleman. Nice bear case. Well done, dude. 25K in 5 minutes. Nice. 90-day pause for countries that did not retaliate. 125% on China. The EU retaliated this morning, and we still don't know what they're doing about that. The EU and China represent the second and third largest economies in the world. So you're going to kick off like 25% extra tariffs against the EU? You can remove tariffs on Penguin Islands. How do we know that they didn't retaliate, though? Will I ever be able to afford SPX options again? Yeah, probably. In the meantime, there's always SPY. It's 10% on Canada and Mexico. It's staying in place. 125% China. And then anyone who didn't retaliate will have an exemption from tariffs for 90 days, but they didn't make any mention of the EU. I'm sure there'll be more information on that later. At 5,300, 50-30 call hedges with preposterous take profits and slam through them too early. I've never been disappointed to make more disappointed to make $3,000 in 2 candles. Nice. Hey, up is up. The news wasn't very big. The market was looking for any excuse. Well, things just got, like, we pushed through where things got squeezy. Not only are we pushed, we gapped through where things got squeezy. Knowing Trump, I'd say he was waiting on EU retaliation to do this. EU retaliated this morning. They announced some of their retaliatory tariffs that were set to go in effect on 4/15 of next week. The U.S. doesn't get anything out of the tariffs either. If anything, this just even more undermines what little confidence there was in U.S. policy. I get the market overreaction, but I don't think this is so bullish. I agree. It's not like, I don't think we're going back to like 6,000 or anything like that. Was there an upside circuit breaker percentage? I don't think so. Because going down 20% means you need to go up a lot more than 8%, Sib. Pretty much risk on everywhere. I'm testing 5,400 again. Can we rocket back down again? If the news changes. No, it's got legs. I can't. Is this like put copium? China's not pegging to gold yet. And it's very unlikely that they would. All it takes is one comment for all of this to get undone. I bought more pits, so everyone's calls should be safe. Is the market betting that they will? I don't think so. I mean, we're at 5,400. Yeah, but can't you guys, don't you guys recognize like a fundamental shift in the news cycle? Pickle chart, we live in the now. This is bullish now, yes. See opportunities for long dated Vega plays on SPY with VIX at 36 now. I had to turn off my lo-fi Forest Cafe tranquil background music in order to focus. How much range? About 5,400. The next pertinent test will be like gamma neutral, which is up at like 55 something. Fuck is it? It's like over here. Or delta neutral. 55, 60, 63. Was 5,400 your target on the weekend stream? The upside target? We're a little bit above it. Although right on time. Did you close the June put? I closed 5 more of them this morning. I still have 5 left. There's still $400 in the money. I made lots of money for my dead call hedges, going wildly in the money despite holding far too many puts. That's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear it. Such a joke. Causing one of the largest market volatility events in history. Saying take backsies, completely unserious. I think the goal was to drive rates down long enough for the Fed to agree to cut. Unfortunately, they were unable to do that. So this is a bit of a tricky situation. They came a little bit too close to burning the banks, which the banks don't like. I sold my 5100s for 5K. They're currently over 30. Fuck my life. Stop trading in hindsight. You made money. Make money on the next one. I don't think it gives them any leverage over Powell. Or the rest of the Board of Governors. Powell's not the only vote. I was looking at your green line this morning. AM, no way it hits that line, yet here we are. No way I'll ever doubt you. I'm naming my firstborn after you. I would say at this point we could probably just go like that. But we'll see. Ball should keep falling off. Can CBI, PBI turn this back around? Maybe a little. Probably not a lot. The Fed is... I mean, the Fed is, like, actually very, very independent. Despite them sometimes leaning into politics a bit, they're nigh untouchable. You can't even plant... You can't even, like, take control of the Fed by planting a new... like, a new chairman. $5,400 strong. It's a big level. Still fighting back against profit taking. Delta and Gamma are getting a bit better to the upside. Starting to get some interest out at like 425, 450. They'll probably short vol on any pullback and continue to pump up. Looks like the swaps market's pricing in a little less than 75 bips of easing from the Fed for 2025. Schumer's speaking on Schumer and Senate Democrats are speaking on Trump tariffs now. Increase to China overshadowed by a pause? I don't know about that yet. There's more than 400 points. Game over for 90 days. Increase to China. I don't think the increase to China is overshadowed yet. I think we need to see what is going to happen with the EU, because EU is set to place retaliatory tariffs by the 15th. I'm really worried about the tariff pause. Can you explain how it helps bring back jobs? Bring those jobs back to America? What if I told you no one gives a shit about American jobs? Just appreciative of Gherk's advice that berates us and tells us to have a plan. I kept 70% of the gains from last week. Nice. Can you put a red filter on? Puts are cheap, and I like money. Puts are cheap because they're getting sold like crazy. Your book recommendations and GS is so helpful. Thanks for what you guys do. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. What would make us go up more today? Bulls? These constant repeated tests of 5,400 with lower highs are looking pretty bullish. Vol's starting to move down more significantly again. I think we're going to continue to see pressure to the upside. Looks like we're getting some out of the money bot calls. Hmm. Is this to create padding for when the bond market explodes tonight? I don't know. It looks like the 10-year is still fucking up 2.8% on the day. Even with all the bets that the Fed will cut sooner. I can't remember your original rationale for upside this week. Basically a positional bear rally and pump into FOMC CPI. Yeah, pretty much. Did you buy puts on Costco here? Hmm. Probably not yet, no. With so much uncertainty, I imagine there's going to be a sizable amount of profit taking at the end of the day. It's possible. I think we've seen a pretty decent amount of profit taking already. There was some in the initial pump. There was some after the first test at like 53.80. Seems like profit taking, if anything, has been diminishing as we move higher, which is generally a fairly good sign that it's wrapping up. There's not a ton of support here. 50's okay. But there's more support at 25 than 50. Thank you for letting me know, Puddin' Flaps. I appreciate the information. It is well received. This is insanity. The news coming up with the SPX drop back to 5,000. I don't know. I wouldn't bet on it. Not right now. Any chance this drops? They just pulled back tariffs, which is the whole reason we were down in the first place. It'll still be a bit swingy. We just pulled back like 1.5% from the like local high. Maybe. I'm not sure that the news today is going to be very bearish for Costco in the short term. Trump pulled back tariffs in like the for a 90-day window. Not for China. Which will still have a significant economic impact. And we don't know about EU yet. Fuck, I gotta make some phone calls. They're all 10. It's 10% across the board. Unless they retaliated. But EU did, and we don't know what's going on with that yet. Which is slightly problematic. Cars too. We're still at 125% with China though. What balls deep into inverse ETFs, thinking this is gonna crash back down? How dumb was that? I don't know. Was it? Did you do it here at the top? Like top adjacent? So you're up a little bit? Local top, yeah. There's still resistance at 400. Yeah, I mean, I think me and a few other people have stayed mostly neutral throughout this whole thing. I had some longer dated puts, but like my overnight positions and stuff have just been straddles and strangles. And that's worked out pretty well. U2 slot machine. I know Nitu is also. It's like easy 6 figures over the course of this whole thing. Hmm. Goldman declared a recession was coming and rescinded it after 73 minutes. Top. That's the kind of top tier analyst you want to keep your billions of dollars with. All tariffs down to 10%. Or just retaliating countries. No, retaliating countries won't be affected by the drop in tariffs or by the pause. What do you think the range is on BTU now that the macro has changed? I mean, I think more proposals are probably going to need to come out that are in support of the coal industry, but Trump made it pretty clear that they were going to attempt to invest billions, and they are a very large producer of coal. It's a violation of the terms of service. I will tell you that if the guys on the back end catch you scraping a bunch of data all day, they're going to block your account. Hmm. Yes, checks Death Cross by Friday. Will that be impactful or priced in? It could be impactful. Depends on how CTAs react. They're probably not going to react strongly in a rising market. So effectively axing trade with China, basically. Trump still says he has plans for major pharmaceutical tariffs. That could get pretty bad for a shitload of people. If I pay for Pigeon Whale, will you let me put Gamma Strike Dev on my resume? Sure. Why did the Dans need a Gamma Strike bot? Trump said he will drop the reciprocal tariffs down to 10% in 90-day pause. So is he pausing or just lowering to 10%? Down to 10% for 90 days. I thought it was super clear. Maybe it wasn't. It's kind of unclear if they're being lowered by 10% or they're being lowered to 10%, given the wording. We pulled back to 2025-ish, which is where support was. Everything is unclear about this. Welcome aboard. Well, the average tariff rate was what, 23%? What's up? Void, welcome to Billionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord, I'll get you added after the stream.
Degenerates don't hedge, we just double down. Ride or die till the tendies come round.
Trump speaking?
Your doom ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
But he said I couldn't press the accelerator down all the way, and the best drivers could. So there was just a difference. It was really, I never forgot that story. But these are great champions, and it's a great
Thank you so
sport.
much, Guitar Stuff.
And,
Welcome to Cornichon,
He's
guys.
done in Indianapolis also with the track. It's really incredible. People tell me it's been. I have to get there maybe this year with you. But well, thank you very much. Thank you. And we did Daytona. We went around the track in the Beast, what's called the Beast, with the thick windows and the whole thing. And you're not supposed to hear anything, but I heard the fans; they were going crazy outside. So it was a great honor. So I just wanted to welcome them to the White House, a special place, very, very special place. And we love champions, and these are the greatest champions in the world. These are the greatest champions in racing, and it's an honor to have you all. And thank you very much, all of you. Thank you very much. I wouldn't ride in that thing if you paid me. How fast will that go?
240 plus.
240.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Weapon.
Two-time winner of the Indianapolis 500, consecutively, right?
Yes, sir.
So what the hell are you doing? What do you eat?
A lot of milk. Drinking a lot of milk. Hopefully it
Okay, I'm going to take some. And that one is pure speed and endurance, right?
Correct, sir.
Speed and endurance. Is that car a very different car than, let's say, this one? Very different?
Very different.
Very different.
Yeah.
Made for...
You gotta last so many hours.
Right.
And we all share the car, so...
Spotify, welcome to Billionaire, dude.
Everything's different.
Everything.
And you'll go, is it
Hit me up, I'll
24
get you
hours?
added after the stream if
That's
you
a
need
long
help.
time.
You should just
And that car
reconnect.
there's no let up, it's just constant, right? That's right. Congratulations. That's endurance. Endurance is a big factor in life and success, I can tell you. So you guys have it. Well, thank you very much. Would you like to ask Roger or any of these champions any questions while we're here? Yeah.
You started the morning saying be cool, and then just
Be
a few
cool.
hours later, there was a pause put in on the tariffs. Can you walk us through your thinking about why you decided to put a 90-day pause?
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, you know? They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions, because we have a big job to do. No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents. They wouldn't have done it. And it had to be done. What was happening to us on trade, not only with, you know, if you look at it, not only with China. But
The market
China
was getting the
by far
yips,
biggest leader
guys.
in history.
$10 trillion in wealth
but,
buried, just a
Somebody had
case
to
of
do
the
it. They had to
yips.
stop because it was not sustainable. Last year, China made $1 trillion off trade with the United States. That's not right. And now I've reversed it. It's for a short period of time, but we made $2 billion. We're making now $2 billion.
Nobody's stupid enough to do what I did.
And,
yeah, that's what it
somebody
sounds
had to
like,
do it.
right?
Roger actually said it. Charles Schwab was here a little while ago, one of the great financial people, and he said, He's been waiting for 40 years for somebody to do what I did over the last month. And if you didn't do it, you wouldn't have a country. It wouldn't be sustainable. So I'm honored to have done it. And, you know, look, nothing's over yet, but we have a tremendous amount of spirit from other countries, including China. China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it. You know, it's one of those things they don't know how quite. They're proud people. And President Xi's a proud man. I know him very well. And they don't know quite how to go about it, but they'll figure it out. They're in the process of figuring it out, but they want to make a deal. And we have other...
Not just as China,
countries, as
like
you
a
know,
normal person.
Many more than 75. And they all want to come, and they want to come here, or they'll go to Commerce, or they'll go to Treasury. We have our great senators here and congressmen. They'll call John, they'll do somebody, they'll go through somebody, but they're all calling, how do we do this? They all want to make a deal. Somebody had to do what we did, and I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate, because I told them if you retaliate, we're going to double it. And that's what I did with China, because they did retaliate. So we'll see how it all works out. I think it's going to work out amazing. I think that our country is going to be at the end of a year or shorter, but I think we're going to have something that nobody would have dreamt possible. A man like Roger Penske, I don't want to get him in trouble with China, so I won't, but he would know that you have to, someday you have to cut the bow and you have to do what you have to do, right, Roger? And that's what I did, and I'm very happy to have done it.
Yeah, Mr. President, the Prime Minister of Greece just told Breitbart's Matt Boyle that he thinks absolutely the European Union and the United States could work out a trade deal that's win-win and, quote, mutually beneficial to both sides. What do you think about the Prime Minister's comments, and do you think a deal could be struck with the European Union?
First of all, I know him, he's a good man, and I appreciate his comments. Yeah, a deal can be made with every one of them. A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them. And there'll be fair deals. I just want fair. They will be fair deals for everybody. But they weren't fair to the United States. They were sucking us dry, and you can't do that. You know, we have $36 trillion of debt for a reason. We don't have it there for fun. They have it for a reason. And people took advantage of our country, and they ripped us off for decades. I've been thinking about
Black
this
will
for
definitely
decades.
make companies move
You
their
ever saw
shit
me
to
on
the
television,
US.
I was young like these guys.
Yeah, right?
And it was the good old days, I'll tell you, Roger. But I was like these guys, young, and I was talking about it. Nothing changed, and nothing was done about it. Then I did it. In my first term, I did it, and did it well. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China and others, and I started the process, but then we had to fix up from the COVID mess caused by China. We had to fix up from that, and we did a good job of doing it. And when we handed back the reins after a rigged election, and when we handed back the reins, the stock market was higher than it was before COVID coming in. So, you know, we did a great job, but we didn't have time to do the big thing, which we're doing now. And it's, you know, it's like a patient is sick, you have to do surgery. Patient is very, very sick. And Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble, economically and in every other way. They let China run away with things. They let other countries run away with things. And maybe worst of all, in a certain way, is what they did at the border. We had people pouring into our country by the millions. Many of them were murderers and drug lords and thieves and people from prisons from all over the world. And there were people from mental institutions, insane asylums. They were taking their mentally insane, and they were dumping them into our country. And I'll tell you, Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing a fantastic job in removing them. And now the courts, the Supreme Court just gave us numerous good rulings where we have to be able to get them out. You had other judges trying to take over the system. And think of it, they take over, they want these people coming back, Tren de Aragua from Venezuela, the Venezuela jails that cut off the fingers of a man in Colorado. They cut off his fingers because he called the police looking for help. They said, "Did you call the police?" He said, "Yes, I did." "Put your hand down," and they cut off the fingers. This is what they want to bring these people back now. And I want to thank the president of El Salvador for the job he's done, because that is, that's the way it has to be done. It's too bad. Yeah, please.
Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, they've been talking about tariffs for decades. How come when these Democrat elites want tariffs, everything's hunky-dory, but when President Trump wants tariffs, all hell breaks loose? Do you see this double standard?
I love this guy. Whoever the hell that is. That's really nice. I appreciate that question. No, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, everybody knew you had to do it, but they never had the guts to do it. It does take guts. It even takes guts for our country to go through it. That's why I say be cool. They were saying about, see, just be cool. It's going to work out. It's going to work out, and it's working out. I can tell you, working out.
Paid actor, yeah.
Than I thought, but I said it's going to take a little conditioning. It's a transition to. It's really, I think it's a transition to greatness. It's going to be greatness. Our country is going to be. There'll be nothing like it, and people investing in our country, they're going to do better than they've ever done before. We have more car manufacturers, Roger, coming into our country now. Speaking of cars. We've never seen anything like it. And they're coming in because of the election, but they're coming in because of the tariffs, because they don't want to pay 25 or 50 or whatever it may be. They don't want to pay that. They can't pay that. We had 3 cancellations in Mexico, building a plant. They're all coming into the United States. Canada, they're coming in. From China, they're coming in from everywhere. And that's just cars. We have chip makers come. We're the biggest chip maker in the world from Taiwan, coming in, spending $3 billion to build plants, and mostly a big plant. This is a hell of a plant when you spend the kind of money there. That they're going to go $200 to $300 billion, not million. You know, you'd say million would be the right number. It's not. $200 to $300 billion.
He came to the tears in his eyes. He said, "Sir, they cut off my fingers like nobody's ever seen before."
If you look at Apple, Apple is going to spend $500 billion building a plant. They wouldn't be doing that if I didn't do this. They'd just keep building them in China. And that's unsustainable. It's not a pleasant thing to do, but I appreciate the question. And, you know, interestingly, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, Crazy Nancy, they've wanted to do this for years, but they never had a president that had the guts to do it, because it does take guts, believe me.
Was it the bond markets that persuaded you to reverse course?
I was watching the bond market. The bond market is very tricky. I was watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful. The bond market right now is beautiful. But yeah, I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy. I think everything had. Well, the big move wasn't what I did today. The big move was what I did on Liberation Day. We had Liberation Day in America. We're liberated from all of the horrible deals that were made.
Didn't do anything.
Horrible trade deals that were made. And I was helped by people just like this, senator, congressman, and friends, right? And we had great help in the Senate. Our Republican senators have been amazing. They stood tall. And likewise in the House. And John Thune has done an amazing job. Barrasso
liberated from all of my money.
I mean, I can't think of a senator, really. We had tremendous support. We got a bill passed the other day with almost unanimous support in the Senate. And I think we're going to get that in the House, too. And I have to tell you that Mike Johnson is a great speaker. He's done a fantastic job. We had a majority of 1. Now we have a majority of 7. And you don't realize how big 7 is until you have a majority of 1. 7 sounds like so much. But we're doing well. But Mike Johnson and John Thune have done a really great job.
Mr. President, what influenced your decision? Did you speak with anyone? You know, Jamie Dimon? Did you speak with anyone?
Well, I watched Jamie Dimon on Maria Bartiromo's show this morning, and he was very good. He said that actually made the statement to effect that something had to be done with the tariffs and trade. He said that. He said, look, you know, at some point, but he said something has to be done with tariffs and trade. He understood it. He's very smart and very a genius financially. He's done a fantastic job at the bank. And he knows that. Everybody knows that. Anybody that's even a little bit smart knows it. It wasn't sustainable what was happening. Somebody had to pull the trigger. I was willing to pull the trigger. This should have been done long ago. Just like Biden should have stopped the border long ago. I mean, allowed 21 million people plus into our country, many of whom should never have been allowed out of prisons and jails. They came out of prisons and jails from all over the world, and now we're getting them out, bringing them back to their countries. But it's should have never been done.
Where does the take-off position stand?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
would you consider exempting some U.S. companies, maybe some larger companies who have
Charles Schwab was there. Sir, I've been dead for 86 years.
Time goes by, we'll take a look at it. There are some that have been hard. There are some that, by the nature of the company, get hit a little bit harder, and we'll take a look at that, yeah. Just instinctively, more than anything else. I mean, you almost can't take a pencil to paper. It's really more of an instinct, I think, than anything else.
Credibility like? Because you said that these tariffs would go into effect on Monday. You said no pause. But today there is a pause. So how can people believe your word today?
It's not a question of that. You have to have flexibility. I could say, here's a wall, and I'm going to go through that wall. I'm going to go through it no matter what. And keep going, and you can't go through the wall. Sometimes you have to be able to go under the wall, around the wall, or over the wall. These guys know that better than anybody, right? You got to go around them sometimes. You're not going to go through them. So I consider, I think in financial markets, because they change. Look how much it changed today. We went from, pretty moderate today, but
He's
over
just
the
going
last
to
3
ramble
days,
till the
it
market
looked pretty
closes
glum
now.
To, I guess they say it was the biggest day in financial history. That's a pretty big change. And I think the word would be flexible. You have to be flexible. Like he's asking the question about some companies. Some companies, through no fault of their own, they happen to be in an industry that is more
I think
affected
listening to
by
Trump for
these
4
things
years so
than others.
much
You have
will
to be
dumb
able
us
to
down
show a
over
little
time.
flexibility.
Not as
And,
long as we can.
I'm able to do that. I'm going to say hello to these champions because
maybe.
they are
Actually,
great
you might not
champions.
be
I gotta
wrong.
say hello.
Nope. Had to leave for the diaper change. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, he'll exempt the companies that line his pockets. We're all dumber for having watched that. Accurate. Closing price? We could still push up to like 425 or 450. We've got what? Almost an hour? There's a lot of delta to the upside. Would higher inflation from the tariffs, yeah, it could help level out the deflationary trend that China's been in. Here's the 25 test. So 40 minutes. Holy shit, Glorp, what did you do? It wasn't my fault, man. What the fuck is going on? Trump put a 90-day pause on tariffs. I still think PPI is more important than CPI. The steel tariffs and stuff are still in effect. I wonder if Trump's like trying to feed us stock market information. Because earlier today he was like, now's a great time to buy. Interesting. Is it that obvious? It might be. I loaded up on Trump coin again. You know the SPX is up $400 today. Is it going to go right back up? It makes sense for it to move back up to delta neutral, at least. Well, we could see what happens around there, but I don't see why not. Things could always be adjusted with this, right? And again, they still haven't talked about EU's retaliatory tariffs. So I'm thinking that this is like a warning shot at the EU. Like, either you pull back your retaliatory tariffs to the 15th, or you don't get our sweet deal. Delta neutral's around like 55, 55, 60 something. How's a sweet deal when everything goes back to how it was before tariffs? No, it doesn't go back. It still seems that they're keeping 10% in place. Which is even more fucking confusing. This has to be because the bond market was melting down, right? Probably. What's gonna happen into SLD OPEX now? Probably pump into SLD. We usually do. Post OPEX, I don't know. There's gonna be a lot of repositioning. I don't think this is like gonna save the market, but it's definitely gonna stabilize it. Probably in a fairly meaningful way. Trump has to watch the bond market. Banks still have risk if the yields get too high. They have to start marking to market treasuries, which is really bad. What straddle, strangle are you looking at? I don't know. Kind of depends. What we still got like half an hour. I don't think I'm gonna decide just yet. I was joking earlier, but JPM did get Trump to change his mind. Yeah, it seemed to be a effective tactic. Call Sign Strangle is up 77% for tomorrow again. Jesus fucking Christ. I thought my calls were gonna die. Are we seriously living the Mr. Robot timeline? Ooh, maybe. Mm. There's the push for 5450. DN is at 55, 63 or some shit. 63 or 64. I told you guys fucking $80 ago. You should be golden. Hmm.
Jabroni put their pickle in my jar. This news seems just less bearish, not bullish. Does this mean we will get more of a slow bleed down instead of the fast forward one we have been having? 5.
Nice potatoes. The news seems just less bearish, not bullish. Does this mean we'll get more of a slow bleed down instead of a fast forward one we've been having? We'll see. We're probably going to see a lot of repositioning first. And then don't forget that we also have CPI and PPI coming over the next 2 days. And that's gonna have an effect as well. I would say volatility is still really high. So there's a very decent chance that we will we're still probably going to see very, very, very large swings in the indexes. Like, I still think like 1 to 2% intraday moves are gonna be the norm. And then we've also got to see what happens with the EU retaliatory tariffs that go into effect on the 15th. Because, I mean, it doesn't really matter about all the rest of the tariffs if EU and China are going to get slapped with additional higher rates, right? Those are the two biggest economies. And arguably our two largest trade partners outside of Mexico and Canada. Also, like, Chinese goods vis-a-vis Canada and Mexico, which is a significant amount of the trade that spills over the borders, is still going to be tariffed at the China rate. Do you think that Trump could get the rest of the world to isolate from China because of this? I feel like that would be difficult. Can you do a shorter time frame? It's on the 30-minute. Oh, yeah. I'll go back to GS. Injected off of 50 a little. Any interest building to the upside of 50? Some. VIX back to 32. What's up, Project? I've been doing good, man. You? MSTR up 26%. BTC up 7.6%. Risk on. We're good. Getting hammered. Kept guessing the opposite way of the market move. Are you holding any positions currently? Let's see. I have 52, 5,300 bull call spreads that are now in the money. I need to roll forward. I got stopped out of my straddle calls on the first test at like 5,400. And then that's about it. I mean, I have some like longer dated puts that are still open. I've only got 5 left. I might keep them. I still have puts on NVIDIA, but no cost basis left on them anymore. And they're for like next year, so I'm not particularly worried about them. I mean, I feel like it's going to be kind of crazy that like if your major supplier is China, there's now a benefit to being a US business that doesn't sell its products in the US. Squirt. Vape juice. Doesn't this rebound seem excessive? No, it's like not even mean reversion. We were just down a lot. The spreads are up so much I can't trade. Beautiful. Back above the downtrend's bottom line from Fab. What's your strategy for your income portfolio given the volatility? I mean, I had VIX and vol hedges, and then nothing. It's mostly like dividends and shit. Are you talking about like sell side stuff? I just haven't been doing it. None of that. You can't trade any of those strategies when VIX is like above 20. Even above 16, they're dangerous. Just the buy and hold. Yeah, I mean, I was more than hedged to the downside for all of that. Is it possible for spot to be above the death cross of the 200-day closing falling averages or above spot? Are you asking if it's possible for there to be a death cross? Wait, hold on. Is it possible to okay, so for spot to be above it? Probably no. Maybe, but likely not. It depends on how fast we get up there. I don't think we're gonna get one with today's move up. I don't know if we're gonna get back to 5,700 though. That's pretty far out of the money. Or are you just asking if it's like mathematically possible for a death cross to occur with spot? It is. Because it's the moving average. Mm. How wide of a strangler are you doing with the drop in VIX? I don't know, maybe I'll do like 25.
Darthdom put their pickle in my jar 5.
Darthdown. Photo bogey bastard. Check DMs, check DMs, check. Alright. Oh god. Alright. I see you've gotten yourself a safari hat. Yeah, it would appear that the check videos have returned. God have mercy on the sins I'm about to commit. Hey, listen, Darth's liver's held up this long, okay? What's happening with GME? I have no idea. Tested 25. Anything interesting? Foreign exchange arb's up pretty high. Vol's picking up. Still looks like it's being shorted on the ETFs though. It's 225 IWM calls for 417. Finna prompt. Very unlikely. Ooh. 54.64. Look at this shit go. It's gonna be 10%. The move up. Maybe a little more than that. We're already like 10 and a half over the low of the day. Could this hold overnight? They could just keep pumping into close. But yes, we could. TradingView shows a big gap up. On what? Oh yeah, down here. Uh, there is. There's a decent sized gap there. Oh, it goes 80. I didn't even look at the option I was buying when the Trump tariff pullback news broke. I bought more when we retested like 350. Yeah, I have spy calls that are up like 65% right now. Just from like the last half hour. Well, almost an hour now, I guess. I told you guys we were gonna go to fucking 5450. You did not. Yes, I did. Repeatedly. What tool did you use to make that analysis? Gamma Strike? I said 5400 was resistance. If we broke it, we are gonna push up to 25 or 50. And I said it like 5 times. No, today. Like fucking half an hour, like an hour ago. Fucking go back and look. If it was any time after the pump, nobody had any money left. I mean, technically Sunday. What an incredible tool. How would the common person access that affordable information? They could go to app.gammastrike.com and sign up. Oh my god, I hate you so much. Why? One day, somehow, I'll win your unrequited love. There's nothing you can do to stop me. There's nothing you can do to make me. I bought the 5500 on the first Zoomy candle and let it go for 10x. It was probably the right thing to do unless we go another $100 right now. Probably not. But maybe overnight. Did your ridiculous line go up to 5400? 5390 was the top of my ridiculous line. I wonder if we could fill the other upside gap in the overnight and just like open at 5668. That'd be bullish. Yeah, why not? 5390? Why do you even bother with such inaccurate information? Fuck you, alright? Puts were burnt. That's why you close your puts. Close puts, hold calls, right? That almost always works if you have enough time. Oh god, is he fucking talking again? I just can't listen to him anymore. That's not too bad. I signed up for Gamma Strike and my pickup started working again. My dad came back and the corn crop has never been more fruitful. Amazing. Trump can't quit the stock market. He's bragging about it. And this whole thing makes me hate my country so much more. If you don't hate the U.S., are you really an American? But are you asking legitimately? You get access right away when you sign up. It's like anything else. The new American dream is to get out. It's to be able to afford retirement in a country that has free healthcare. I've got to go to therapy. Talk to you later. Have fun. See you later, Darth. Revenge traded back to a little above even. Nice. Ding ding. Alright. Let's take a look at the stuff for end of day. So we moved well above the market makers expected move for the intraday and broke out to a new high for the week at 54.57. Still falling a bit short of delta neutral, although I suspect that we may see a push for that in the after hours. We're back above the JPM long puts, so we should have seen a significant amount of put delta fall off on this move to the upside. And that's going to give us probably a pretty decent range for tomorrow as well. Maybe take a gander over at Gamma Strike and see what Delta looks like to the, or maybe just OI. Let's see what OI looks like to the upside of 54. There's probably not a lot. Yeah, not much. There's a bit at 55. If we can clear 55, we might be able to push out to like 56.50. Definitely some resistance in the upper 55 range, though. And 56.50 might get us a little bit closer to DNGN on the monthly. A little bit over the belly of the gamma curve there, too. So, yeah, I mean, there's going to be a cover bid backing a lot of this, especially if it gets over 5,500, because there's a decent amount of delta to the upside, so it could be kind of squeezy. There's like at least another layer of that. I can look at SPX too, because there's probably a bit more out there. Looks fucked up. Delta. Actually, yeah, not too much delta. I mean, there's a little bit at 5,500. Not a ton of delta on SPX to the upside at all, though. Vol's going to have fallen back. It's going to be pretty tempting for everybody to pile into short vol, not only in the short term, but over the long term as well. Futures is back in our ranges. The next very important upside test is going to be right around 57.26.25 to the upside, 57.72, that range, where we started our drop, where we started this specific leg down post tariffs. Dollar moving up from its low today to close up 22%. Yields at the top end of the curve rose consistently throughout the day, even beyond the tariff pullback, but fell a bit on the 10, 20, 30 into close. The 2 and the 5 year is still up quite a lot, but that's going to reduce the bear steepener a bit. Big turnaround in commodities: oil up 5%, gold up 4%, silver up almost 4%, copper up 7.15%. Commodities market obviously very, very excited to hear about the pullback in tariffs over the short term. Huge turnaround in correlation, both on the 1 and 3 month, kind of flattening out a bit into close, but definitely a big drop. So ton of dispersion trading coming in. We're seeing leverage pick up even more on the carry. And this is something interesting, and maybe this was foreshadowing a lot, but on Monday, leverage on the carry was at 7.3%, and it consistently rose throughout this entire period of time. It's now up like 1x at 8.3. But the short-dated leverage on the carry really only saw some movement today. We saw a forward yield of vol drop from intraday high at almost 70%, 69.79, to end the day at around 33.53. Still very elevated. We could definitely see bears, punch down on any kind of substantial profit taking, and we could see out of the money put demand continue to pick up at the levels we're in. So we're not stable for the bulls yet. I think if we get out above like 5,600, we're going to be in probably a lot better spot for the bulls. Bond volatility is still moving up, 140. Maybe we see that pull back a little bit today, but I don't think too much, because it actually picked up more into the end of the day. But with the pullback in correlation, we might start to see bond vol decline. We actually saw out of the money put demand drop a little bit into last night's close. Correlation between VX and cash VIX still pretty elevated, but not moving up as rapidly at a 97.11%. Still no breadth really. I mean, we'll see what it updates to tonight, but Fed fund futures look like they're priced out a bit of rate cuts, 25% drop. Now pricing less than 2 rate cuts by the September meeting, but still I think pricing 3 in for all of 2025 right now. And the bear steepener pulled back about 25% as well, the 10-2 year. So we hit a peak at around 0.57, and pulled back to about 0.42 today. So we broke through both trend resistances back to the upside. The 54.88 level to the upside here is going to be pretty important. That was the prior low, and also the top of this next gap to the upside. 56.96 is still a critical level up. That's that November low that we lost. We lost a little bit earlier, well, middle of last month, I guess. So that's definitely the level we want to look for. And then beyond that, 57.73 at the January low is also very important to the upside. Now that's right around the 200 MA on the daily. Crossing the 200 MA and stabilizing above it on the daily would be a big systematic trigger. So we may see that. But I would say that those are the most likely upside targets now that we're back above 54.02. 54.02 is the last August low. So 56.69, 57.73 to the upside. If we slip back below 54.02 to the downside, we might sell back off to the 51.20 level. you know, and that could happen on news of probably like retaliatory EU tariffs, I would say is the biggest thing right now. There's a trend line from the COVID lows that we bounced off of. Yeah, probably. Is there? Not a good one. Oh, maybe on the linear chart. The trend line from the COVID lows that we're retesting. But I don't think there's one from the COVID lows that we bounced off of. We have CPI tomorrow, PPI on Friday. I don't think CPI is going to be very important, and so tomorrow should, you know, as long as things come in line with expectations, tomorrow shouldn't be too crazy, which means that the bulls could get a better handle on short vol. PPI, however, is kind of unknown, and if PPI is higher than expected, I could see that being a negative. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I hope all of you did well today. Sorry I wasn't here for the bounce. I was making lunch, but I'll see you guys tomorrow, and we'll see how the rest of this week plays out. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not.
Where did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no.